The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Hi there. Well, it's the morning after the day before. Yesterday we saw some high scoring, some fantastic finishes and some big wins as well. Yes, that means only one sport that it could be. So welcome along to another day at the darts. It is indeed the MODUS Super Series, day 2 in this group. Glenn Durrant alongside me, former Premier League champion. Glenn, good stuff yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think one thing about being so up close and personal to the players, you can have a chat with them, and 5 out of the 6 are seeing the real positives from yesterday. I think there's only Jacques who's feeling a little deflated from yesterday, but I told him to relax those shoulders. You don't win Challenge Tours and Europe Cup singles without being a fantastic player. So he's the guy I'm interested to watch today again. But 5 of the 6 down there feeling very happy.
He's good, isn't he? Not just commentating and providing punditry, but going around giving the players advice as well. Let's have a recap of yesterday's action with Henry Deacon.
It was a day full of big finishes at the Super Series. Lisa Ashton with this 1-5-4 against Jack Vincent kicking off the day. She claimed 2 victories and 3rd spot in the group overnight. As for Vincent on debut, he got out the traps firing, and he got 2 victories from his first salvo at the Super Series. Andreas Harrysson was one of the most consistent performers, but it was missed doubles that was his undoing. No problem on this occasion, pinning this tops for a 100 checkout against Lisa Ashton. Jacques Labre also won 2 on debut. The Frenchman looking to kick on day 2 here. This 160 was his highlight of day 1. Mike Warburton is the man at the top of the group and provided the biggest finish of the day, nailing it 161 against Conor Heneghan. He topped the table overnight on legs difference. As for Conor Heneghan, he pinned this 156 against Andreas Harrysson. He's also on 8 points, having won 4 of his first 5 games in the group.
Yeah, 2 players there winning 4 out of 5 matches. You mentioned that maybe Jacques Labre needs to settle in a little bit more, maybe not performing to his best yet. Who do you think did perform to their best yesterday? I
was so impressed with Conor and Mike. Both, you know, I did wax lyrical a little bit about the throw of Mike, and I thought he was going to let me down because there's some commentator curses down there as you go along. But them two were the standout performers to me. But, you know, today's moving day Tuesday, and if Mike loses to Jacques' first game and Conor loses to Andreas, the whole league will really bunch up. So them couple of early games this morning could really dictate what happens for the day. Well,
let's see how the land lies before the shuffling starts in the Group A table. As you just mentioned, Mike and Conor top of it. Lisa Ashton, Jacques, so despite not producing his best stuff, still on 4 points, still very much in the mix, along with Jacques Vincent and Andreas Harrysson. Quite bizarre. We'll see another graphic in a moment with the stats that he is bottom of the table with just 1 win.
Yeah, he was great at times, Andreas, wasn't he? It was fascinating yesterday, I must admit. A lot of them peaked at the wrong time, whereas Conor got better as the day went on. So I've been asking him, and for someone like Jacques Vincent, I said, why do you think you sort of dipped at the end? And today's brought like an energy bar, so maybe after his 3rd game, he's going to have a little bit of food. So these debutants, they're learning already from yesterday's experience and, you know, trying to implement new things, ready to peak all day.
Well, tell us what stands out here for you as we look at the stats from yesterday. Is it the fact that Andreas Harrysson has such a high average compared to the 2 players above him in the table?
You know, one thing I say to young players, that they seem to be obsessed with averages, and just look at Andreas as they're 89.63, the 3rd highest. The statistic, which is, you know, pretty damning for him, is 24% on the outer ring. And, you know, averages and doubles, so go, you know, and finishing go hand in hand. So that's what I would say to anyone. But look at that, 92.37 on the opening day. Very satisfactory.
Yeah, 5 180s, and just to back up your point even further, Mike Warburton with the best checkout percentage as well.
He's a class act. Very, very impressive, and always have been.
OK, move on to today's action then, and the first match will be Jacques Vincent against Lisa Ashton. The reverse fixture, of course, played at the end of yesterday, and Lisa won that 4-0, a fine way to finish the day.
Yeah, and speaking to Jacques, you know, 10-15 minutes ago, he was, you know, running out of energy, etc. And like I said, I think today he learned a big lesson that it's a long day. It's a marathon, not a sprint, was used that term so many times. Expected better Jacques Vincent in this opening game.
Well, it won't be a marathon or a sprint. We'll let you walk slowly downstairs to join Henry. But yeah, after that whitewash win for Lisa yesterday, will it be repetition or redemption for Jacques Vincent? Let's find out with this man and Henry Deacon.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Moving Day here at the MODUS Super Series, Day 2 of Group A. And we have 2 players tied at the top of the table in Mike Warburton and Conor Heneghan. Our focus here, though, is in the players ranked 3rd and 5th in the group, respectively, both picking up 2 wins from their opening day. Jacques Vincent on debut in this competition this week, the 22-year-old from Dunstable. He is our ADC qualifying representative. He takes on Lisa Ashton, the full-time world champion, the 52-year-old from Bolton, the Lancashire Rose. She's on 4 points, 0 legs difference, 3rd in the table, and she can move in 2 of the top 2 if she can claim victory in the opening game of the day. Well, in this fixture yesterday, it was the last game of the session, the first of this, and it was Ashton who ran out a 4-0 victory. It was the only whitewash win we saw on the opening day's action here at the Super Series. So, seconds out, round 2 in week 5. What we're going to see, let's find out. And we're going to do it in the company of the former Premier League champion, Glenn Durham. Morning, Glenn.
Good morning. Great night last night, didn't we? And I promise everybody I will not mention the quiz and your performance, Henry. I promise I won't mention it. But you were rubbish.
140.
Nice start today. Thanks, Glenn.
You're welcome, my friend. Interesting, fascinating game, this one. I think, yes, it was such a one-sided affair, but I've been chatting with Jack today, and I said, you know, it was your debut yesterday. What did you learn? and he said he just basically run out of energy at the end. So after game 3 today, he said he's going to have an energy bar or something and just keep himself hydrated throughout
66.
the day. So it was fascinating but he only saw the positives of yesterday. Didn't feel any nerves. He said he's not nervous again today. He's just relishing the opportunity.
I suppose that's the big thing about this format, isn't it? Where in other competitions, when you're playing long opens during the day, sometimes you go back to your hotel room, accommodation, or just go out for a walk or something. Here, you're just stuck in that room on and off, on and off.
Yeah, it was interesting to see what a lot of the players did. I mean, Lisa, as soon as the game's finished, she was back to a hotel, so she'll be feeling really refreshed. You know, people have their own ways of doing things. But I think it's really important after a long day like that, just lots of hydration, lots of water. Whereas Jack said he was looking at the games last night and, you know, trying to see what positives. So everybody's different, I guess. A lovely start here from both players, really. But it's Lisa that's taken the ascendancy. Big pressure putting it on Lisa's finish now.
135. Lisa, you require 65.
So 65 for Ashton to take an opening leg break, and it would be 5 legs in succession against 55. Vincent, but he'll come back for the 46 to take the opening rub of this one.
Just them 2 treble 20s, and we talked yesterday about this clutch finish, and then 46 is one of them ones. He'd be feeling good if this one can go in. It's a good marker.
14. Lisa, you require
both of them missing
10.
doubles already. We saw this double so many times yesterday.
Yeah, that's game short in the first line.
Once again,
Lisa,
it replicates exactly what happened yesterday because it favoured so many players, that double 5 area. Well, even in this very early stage, we've been talking upstairs about averages and number crunching, etc. But you know, the most important one for me is doubles for door.
55.
And already there, you know, Jack will be thinking, you know, if that 46 goes in, all of a sudden you're settled in and, you know, you hold your throw.
And suddenly, as a consequence, he finds himself chasing because 1-0 down, broken in the opening leg. He's going to have to find something on Ashton's darts at some point in this game.
100.
And you made a great point off air as well. You know that potentially there's 2 players there that can pull away in Conor and Mike, but if they do lose their opening games, you know,
60.
The whole league will be bunched up.
Which is why we call Tuesday Moving Day here at the Super Series, because you really do find out where the table lies at the end of play, going into the final shift, the final stint tomorrow morning.
58.
Seems like you got no questions right at the quiz yesterday. Not that I'll mention it again, Henry.
43.
Which Open has Lisa won the most? Just looking at her 4 stars in the back there. There's an Open competition which she's won 4 times. And if you get this, I won't mention the fact you were rubbish at
140.
I'm going to cop out and say 2 in the hope that one's right. It's got to be either Isle of Man or England.
I would have said Isle of Man.
139.
Jersey. Jersey wasn't on that long, was it? I mean, we've seen some big finishes yesterday. Just looking at the highlights from yesterday, that was the thing that stood
59.
out for me there.
Lisa, you require 64.
But we talked about this finish so many times. The 64s, the 70s, the 72s, critical.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
And that's why she's one of the best in the world. And that's why she's won all these Opens. That's why she has the 4 stars in the
third
back.
leg is Jack
She's come up the traps very quickly and very satisfying for her. Tough task now for Jack.
6 legs in a row against Vincent.
100.
And it'd be the perfect start to the day for Ashton, who put herself onto 6 points and
66.
3rd place outright in the group for now. Mind, we've got 15 games for you today. The other players 81. In this group: Jacques Labre, Mike Warburton, Andreas Harrysson, and Conor Heneghan.
Yeah, It's a tough group, and it's only going to get better during the week as well. We've got some phenomenal players coming.
100.
Saturday night's going to be amazing.
And you can be here as well. It's dartshop.tv, the place to be, the place to go for your tickets for the Super Series finals night. And whilst you're there, you can get tickets for all sorts of exhibitions and events which are taking place over the Christmas period and at the start of 2023, as well as the World Seniors Darts Championship,
60.
which is taking place at the Circus Tavern at the start of February. Why don't you come and join us for a load of darting fun courtesy of MODUS Sports? You can also get the replica shirts now at the... we can get the Pool Star Tungsten Time shirts.
Tungsten Time, I'm learning. He was still upset with me last night for getting that wrong.
60.
Has he tried to flog you one yet?
Jack, you require 160.
20 quid. £20. I can buy 2 houses in Middlesbrough for that. He did say he'll sign it, but then only charged me £19, so we'll see how that goes.
Does it increase or lower the value of it?
You work that out.
96.
That
Jack,
just
you
keeps her in this leg
100.
here. But for Jack, I said to Jack earlier, I mean, no doubt he'll be a big one now, but I said his first start was fantastic. So he's got decisions now. Is it doubles? I expected a double-double there, especially with a lot of these younger players are doing that now. But Lisa will be looking at treble 19 for the first start here. So it'll be a big fat 12. Double 13. It's a double we don't mind.
106. Jack, you require 56.
Very, very similar to the first leg, Henry. There, 2 dart combination. This time you feel it must go. That's only just in though. Tops. He's gone low once again. Big, big dart.
36. Lisa, you require 13.
You felt with that final dart, there was just no conviction upon the release. And so Ashton returns to the 13 for 3-0. And to continue the streak against Vincent, who's had his opportunities. He's had 4 darts at double, 2 in the first leg, 2 in that one just gone. But it is Ashton who takes full advantage, 50% on the doubles, and now, with a double break accrued, has the darts for the match.
140.
And it's 3-0. The game is so easy now. You know, it's just all of a sudden she relaxes. For Jack, all he's thinking about there is, I could be 2-1 up, I could be this. You know, the most important for Jack right now is just the way he spoke 60. To me earlier, very mature. The fact he was analysing his games overnight was really interesting for me. And I just hope he continues to see the positives
60.
Whatever's happening. He is playing one of the greats here. You can't buy this experience.
And I suppose in terms of analysis, it's a good thing as long as you analyse it right and not go too deep into things and then you start to create doubt in the mind.
I promise you the words I said to him, Jack, don't overthink. I said, it's great when you analyse, but don't start overthinking everything. I said, I only saw positives with you yesterday. He's a lovely lad, actually. I could sit and chat with him so much.
77.
And once again, I'm surprised then, 306. He really, really should have been starting on the 19s there. It makes me think that mentally he's thinking of them missed doubles already there. And Lisa will just continue with the power score in there.
Lisa Ashton just doing Lisa Ashton things, averaging 86, leaving 104 after 12, and on the cusp of a 4-0 win, the second in succession against Vincent. This will be for 8 legs in a row as well.
104.
104, many ways to go. She might go steady with just with the 20s. That leaves treble 20 for double 12 for a 4-0 victory.
80.
She will return with Vincent back on 184. Round off a solid opening performance of the day.
57. Lisa, you require 24.
Yeah, the words first class, first rate, always synonymous to the words of Lisa Ashton. And it's double 12, now double 6.
18.
She will be
Jack,
frustrated with that.
127.
That wry smile is more like a grrr. Just get me off this stage now with a 4-0 victory.
5 means that Ashton is going to come back for that double 3
55.
for leg number 4.
Lisa, you require
and leg number 8
6.
in succession against Vincent. And straight forward. So the pesky 1-1-1 is good enough for Ashton to secure a second successive 4-0 victory over Jacques Vincent. And Lisa Ashton's day gets off to a perfect start. She begins where she left off yesterday, an average of 80, but that's partly because of the 4 from 12 on the doubles. The scoring element was really, really good from Ashton. Jacques Vincent had his opportunities. He had 2 darts to win the first, 2 darts to win the third. They came and went, but it's Ashton who is the victor by 4-0 in our opening game of the day. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's France against Wales. It's Jacques Labre against Mike Warburton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lisa Ashton is at it again. A fantastic start for the 4-time world champion. A 4-0 win against Jacques Vincent, the exact repeat of the scoreline from yesterday. An average just over 80 for the first fixture of the morning for Lisa Ashton. 4 out of 12 on the doubles. Vincent getting 4 darts at double in that one. That's twice as many as he got against Lisa Ashton yesterday, but still ending up without a leg on the board against Ashton, who makes a perfect start. There's only been 2 4-0s in this group so far, and both of them have been in that fixture, the last couple of games, the end of yesterday and the start of today. So brilliant stuff from Lisa Ashton, but attention now turned to the second game of the day. This one was much closer yesterday. It was 4-3 to Mike Warburton, the overnight league leader, when he met Jacques Labre. There you see the Welshman getting over the line in that match. And that win saw him complete a day with 4 wins out of 5, only losing to the man he's joint at the top of the table with, Conor Heneghan. So a really good start for Mike Warburton, who produced the highest average, the best checkout percentage as well. Really does look like the man to beat, but a good return with a couple of wins for Labre yesterday. So will it be another win for Wales's Warburton, or will it be a dart de triomphe for Labre? All that's left for me to do is throw over to the comms team, and I will say bonjour André and morning Glenn.
Je m'appelle Glenn. I've been practicing.
Sacre bleu. Although I reckon I might change my name to that by default. Sounds much nicer, doesn't it?
So, let me just get this right. Chris Murphy's picked on me baubles, and now he's picking on my accent as well. I mean, what's going on here? Is there something I've said or something I've done to him?
I feel like there's a Take That song that could be referenced there, but we won't do that. Let's get back to the darts for good as we get into game 2. Will we see some je ne sais quoi from Jacques Labre, the man from Paris?
Or is it some Delilah from Warburton?
Oh, you'll get Delilah no matter what with Warby. Don't worry about that. He was, there's never an occasion where he doesn't sing away.
First luck, it's Jacques that throw first. Game on.
I said I had the luxury of speaking to the players this morning, and it was Jacques who was feeling a little bit deflated from yesterday. He was nowhere near his best.
100.
I did try to say to him, it's a new day today. You know, just told him, I just felt he was a little bit tight in the shoulders. And I just said to him, you don't win Challenge Tours, you don't win Europe Cup singles unless you're a top player.
100.
And it's just a pity his English isn't so good, and my French is, yeah, it's pretty woeful.
Better than Del Point?
Oh, de bonne de douche, s'il vous plaît.
100.
Yeah, the only French I know is only Fools and Horses stuff. We're just talking off air there. You know, Mike must have been feeling pretty good yesterday. And I said, I don't think I've ever seen him, when I've watched him live, I don't think I've ever seen him play bad. And he just, you know, we talked so much yesterday about how silky smooth that throw is.
45.
And, it is a fantastic, you know, a weapon in his armoury to have. It's lovely. So it'd be interesting to see if he does go under pressure or anything of how that works. But for me, he's a big favourite to get through.
140.
Well rested overnight. I was having a chat with him this morning. He said he wanted to have a little nap in the afternoon, early evening, just to recover from the day and go and watch the football in the evening. Obviously, proud Welshman.
85.
He had such a good sleep. He woke up at 10:15 and he saw a clip on his phone of Gareth Bale's penalty. So well rested ahead of today. Seen a 136 from Conor Heneghan yesterday, but Warby will not
96.
pay that visit. Got a 161, which is the highest finish of the week so far in yesterday's session, but it's tops for a 13-dart breaker throw in the opening leg today.
Jacques hasn't done an awful lot wrong in this leg, but, you know, a 15-dart break would be a great start.
Yeah,
here.
that's game short.
13-darter. Beautiful
Mike
start
Warburton.
to the day for Mike, and he's just continuing from where he was yesterday. He'll be over the moon with that start. And as he stands there now, he's just thinking exactly the same again. 13 to 15 darts, please. What an opener that is. It's begging for a max.
180.
Part-time dart player as well. Only goes to Super League if they're short. He said he did go to sort of Ireland last week. Told a wonderful story when he won the Welsh Open. He just took his family, didn't have a pair of trousers with him, was just playing in his jeans, and had to borrow some slacks for the semi-finals because
60.
You know, that's what you had to use, your stage attire there. Apparently he's an aircraft engineer as well, so maybe that's his priority there. But you know, if 60. I had that throw right now, I'd tell him go and there's opportunities out there.
Well, he's going plain sailing in this match at the minute, leading 1-0, the sizable gap in the second leg.
60.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about Jacques so far.
54.
You know, shaking you. Look at his demeanour there, Henry. You're just giving, you're telling your opponent so much. Whereas even though Andreas wasn't playing so well yesterday, sorry, his demeanour was really good.
140.
And also that's one of Mike's best qualities as well. If he's going to let anything away, he does it in the background when the player's phone, so you do not see it.
Absolutely. It's that French flair all over, but just watching him there.
35.
But this is a player who's had a wonderful 2022. It just goes to show you how much this competition, you know, people get nervous playing up there. Double four
Yeah,
for
that's game short in the second leg.
fantastic
Mike Warburton.
15 darter there, exactly. Job done. He'd be feeling really good with himself. And after the 4-0 victory by Lisa,
Third leg,
Are
it's
we on
Jacques
for a
Labre
second
first. Game on.
second in a row.
An excellent performance so far. The first 2 legs won in 28 darts, averaging 107.36
50.
at this early stage.
He's looking pretty superior compared to Jacques, isn't he? It's pretty much the most one-sided affair I've seen on this MODUS Super Series stage.
100.
If he loses this would be a les miserables start for Jacques Labre.
I'm going to take that French dictionary off you in a second, Henry.
Be like GCSE
60.
again. Hello, my name is.
Yeah.
I like to do.
Le Petit Déjeuner. Tell me we're not going to a quiz tonight, Henry.
100.
Not that I won't mention it again, though, I promise.
We came second last week.
No, don't be blaming me. I knew the answers. I even knew the Sugar Babes.
96.
Wasn't there a point where it was almost like national service to be a part of the Sugar Babes?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Sugar Babes. I don't think there's any of the original members in it now, is there?
60.
There's 2 things you do national service for. Back in the noughties, it was Sugar Babes, whereas these days it's the guest presenter slot on Good Morning Britain.
140.
Now, even with that 140 there, the shoulders dropped. You're just giving too much away, Jacques. Michael just sit just above that. And again.
100. Jacques, you require 150.
When you watch his mannerisms on the stage, Warburton is very John Lowe-like.
Just that replication. Every throw is exactly the same. It's the way he
Mike,
just pulls that, and that
141.
release point is just perfect. Just nice and simple.
$85.
That last
Jacques,
start
you
was
require
important there. Just
58.
put pressure on this 58, but this will tell us how Jacques is really feeling at the moment. He's done the first part. It's double top with 2 darts.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Jacques Labre.
That's exactly what he can do. The guy's a class act, honestly. He just needs to work on himself, enjoy
Forward
the
leg,
experience
it's
a
Mike to
little
throw
bit more.
first. Game on.
Do you think he needs a little bit of bit more self-belief, Glenn?
Oh, I believe in him. Like I said, you do not win challenge tours. Him and Thibault, on the same
100.
weekend as well, doing amazing thing for French darts. But when you come here, come and enjoy it. Enjoy the competition. It's great that he's over here.
96.
And I think he would, if he got through this game, he'd really shows exactly what he can do. But you can't give Mike too much.
140.
Quality. Elegant.
$59.
He is switching a little bit more yesterday. Yesterday he was just covering that 20 and still going for it. And yet when he went to go up for treble 19, he was hitting it. His board management was poor yesterday. So maybe his mind's in a...
140.
When you're making your debut, it can be a nerve-wracking experience.
He has come over with a couple of people. Do you think maybe after the session yesterday, they've grabbed hold of Jacques and said, look, there's times yesterday where you should have switched, and that's something you should look at today?
58.
But there might be people a little bit nervous to say that to him. I know my friends, they would find it, to try and give me advice on what to say. But hopefully he's got the right people around him. But he's been playing the game 20-odd years. He'll know
57.
Exactly. It's just if he watches this back or he's listening to, what we're saying here, just don't give too much away.
64 for a 3-1 lead and to
45.
take real command of this match, averaging 102.76. Hasn't missed a dart at double yet. Neither player have actually in this match. Will that unblemished record continue on tops? No, down for double 10, but he has the luxury of time. But he didn't want that. And we saw yesterday on the 141, he hit a 139 of his opponent back in a different stratosphere. And because he left himself on the madhouse. He left himself with a few problems. You'll be hoping that that's not going to be a repeat trick here as he returns for this double 7 for a 3-1 lead with Labre now on a finish on 118.
It's not the greatest of doubles, but he's gone straight for it there and right in the centre. Always the big worry about that is if you hit the big 7, then you're getting in the realms of the double 2, double 1 scenario. But 3-1,
game on.
Feeling good. Jacques is having his own problems at the moment, but that's the darty where he wants to be, that first dart, just above that treble 20.
100.
And his others do follow like that. That was much better 3 darts from Jacques.
And I suppose part of the joy about playing the full week is when you're on debuts, you can learn as the week goes on. You get 2 bites of the cherry here at the Super Series when you play for Monday. Obviously, Group A is your first chance, and then we'll divvy the rest of the field up into Groups B and C, which take part on and take place on Thursday and Friday, so they'll take part in that.
Yeah, and that's why he has to grasp this experience. It's great. You know, don't make it a negative. This is just, you know, you can't buy this experience, what the MODUS Super Series is offering these amateur players now.
60.
You know, it's as good as any professional stage when you're up there. Great MC, the professionalism around there, the production, everything. You know, so enjoy it.
91.
This is a much better leg here from Jacques.
60.
And I'm interested to see how Mike performs with a bit of pressure against him. We did talk before this game, if Jacques could come through it, it would really bunch up this, you know, this whole league process.
100.
You feel a 140 is a minimum here.
140. Jacques, you require 110.
So we're probably looking at treble 18 or bullseye. Double 15. This is a strange way to go, but it was such a good first start that he just followed that through. And double 15 we've seen yesterday also. So he's had a big 160 finish yesterday, Jacques, and he just followed that up with a beautiful 110 and keeps himself in this match. It starts now to Mike, and all of a sudden this game takes a new twist.
It was a metaphorical tap on the shoulder to Mike Warburton, as to say, I'm still in this game. You've got to get the job done, and I'm going to be hanging on your coattails.
And that second dart's where he wants to be.
55.
He just seems to follow that dart. It's just sometimes when he's aiming for that target, he's going, his timing's just a bit off. He's going little 5, little 1s. He can just keep himself above there.
60.
A reminder that coming up after this, we'll see our final 2 players in action. Andreas Harrysson, the Swede, up against Conor Heneghan. One of 2 players on 8 points following the end of the first day's play. The other one being Warburton, who's looking to get onto double figures at the start of day 2 and become one of the real prominent forces in this pool of players.
100.
Jacques needs a big one. He needs a treble with this last one for sure.
60.
Big advantage to Mike. It's his to lose from here, in my opinion. He just seems to float that up. For many players, that first out would be a real kill away. You then have to go down to the 19s. But he just seems to just float it over there, and he's done that all throughout this game and yesterday. It's as sweet as a nut when his timing's right. And that's where Jacques needs to be. Another one of them.
100. Mike, you require 141.
Interesting if he goes the bull. I'd actually go the 15s here.
105.
Because the worry there is, had he hit the bull, you know, you're in the realms of leaving an 11 finish, which can go sadly wrong. But he's set himself up lovely.
140.
Set himself up very nicely on double 18 for the match, or 4-2 win with Labre Hot on his heels on 88,
Game,
but Mike
shot,
Warburton
and a match,
secures a
Mike
4-2 win,
Warburton.
which puts him at the top of the table. The first player to make it on to 10 points in Group A. One defeat from 6 matches now for Mike Warburton, who secures the 4-2 victory against the Frenchman Jacques Labre, who walks off the stage disconsolately. An average of 98.24 really is a standout opening performance from Warby. The game's solitary maximum and 4 out of 6 on the doubles, a 61 high checker. We saw that 110 from Labre early on in the piece. So we're going to take a short break. Conor Heneghan can join Warby on 10 points if he can get victory against Andreas Harrysson.
Welcome back. Well, there is no doubt about who the standard setter is so far this week at the Super Series. Wales's Mike Warburton producing a very eye-catching display in his opening match of Tuesday morning, an average of 98.24 and a checkout percentage of 66.6 recurring, a 4-2 success, and it's a recurring nightmare for Jacques Labre, who went down to Warby at the end of yesterday and has done it again despite that 110 checkout in there from the Frenchman. That granted him just a stay of execution really in that one. Warburton breaking with a 13 darter in the very first leg and did not look back from there. So a couple of repeat results after Lisa Ashton won her opening match against Jack Vincent. That means 2 players are left to play and they will play each other next. It is Andreas Harrysson against Conor Heneghan, and Harrysson missed the opportunity to seal a 4-2 success against Conor yesterday. 2 match darts went begging, and then this happened. Henahan stepped forward and produced this clutch finish, 108, to level the match, which he went on to win by 4 legs to 3. And you can see what it meant to him, the big celebration there from Henahan. Really made a name for himself here at the Super Series. The first man, of course, to hit a 9-dart finish in this venue and was joint top of the table overnight, though he's just seen Mike Warburton move on to 10 points and will be looking to keep the pace with the league leader. So it is Henahan against Harrysson in the company of Durrant and Deacon.
Thank you, Murphy. Game 3 sees Conor Heneghan looking to join Mike Warburton on 10 points at the top of Group A. He takes on Andreas Dirty Harrysson, who put in some good performances, but it was missed doubles in the end, which came to cost him eventually. 24% on the outer ring. Only Jacques Labre had a lower percentage on the doubles. So what does Andreas need to do? You sense A is to hit more doubles. The stats are proving that, but perhaps maybe at times as well, a little bit of timing at the key moments.
Yeah, he had opportunities yesterday. His averages suggest he actually played well, averaging 89.6 for the day, which is very, very acceptable. I remember him missing 3 darts to double 10 in a game, and that was a type of day yesterday. Was summed up with that what you've just watched there, where the best dart of the day yesterday was by Conor with that treble 19 on the 108 finish, and when you're up against it, them 108s go in. But he's got to keep believing. Like I said, he played well yesterday, and this will be a. Is this the day? He wins 4 and loses 1. That's the beauty of what we're watching right now.
You could do a Fats and Small and turn around, but I won't mention the quiz again.
Well, he was useless in the quiz. He was even worse than you. He just sat there. Absolutely useless.
100.
I did forget he was a Swede, and he couldn't understand the questions. The guy who was doing the questions last night, he was the proper DJ, wasn't he?
180.
Wonderful start from Conor, who said he felt the nerves in his first game yesterday. He said his opening game was the only one he didn't feel comfortable. What a quality opening from both players here.
121. $44. Andreas Harrysson 140.
It's all about the first dart with this 140, but with that mistake there from Conor, 100 would be nice. Just don't bust the dart here.
120. Conor Heneghan 156.
Didn't expect that after such a great start night. Treble 17 is the dart
82.
here.
82. Andreas Harrysson.
As I said earlier, Andreas missed 3 darts at double 10, which sort of was a catalyst for his results yesterday. Could this double be the one that starts his momentum from today? But that's not 2 good darts.
No score.
Exactly like yesterday. He's just replicating 74. Exactly the same problem he had. And when you're bottom of the league, these 74s go in, unfortunately.
It's been when he's had 3 in hand where the issues have arose. And his opponents, just like there, take full advantage. And Conor Heneghan breaks the throw in the opening leg by pinning that tops on the back of a 74 combination out. And so Henahan starts where he left off yesterday, leading 1-0, looking to get on to 10 points.
58.
I just keep my eyes on Andreas there. He's, but you had darts. You had 3 darts at double 10 there, Andreas. There's no point looking at the sky thinking, why me? You had the opportunities. But, one thing that he did yesterday, he didn't let it get him down. He wasn't throwing his arms about like Jacques did. He just continued with it, but he'll be super frustrated now.
79.
And one thing he did do yesterday, which was very prominent, he wouldn't let the emotion of any situation get to him. He stays cool, calm, composed, calculated at all
85.
times.
Yeah, he's an intriguing character. He lives in the real outback of Sweden. Just getting to a game can be up to 2-3 hours for him.
60.
And he had to build his own dart club with, I think his partner really helped him sort of get to his dream of representing his country, which he's very passionate about. Plays pairs with Dennis Nielsen. Andreas played at the Gibraltar Open this year and had a fine run. I think it was the last 16, last 32, where he beat Keane Barry along the way as well. So he's got the pedigree.
98.
Yeah, sometimes we feel how lucky 33. We are in the UK with so many huge competitions. The Barnsleys, the Wiggins, the Milton Keynes, these guys are coming over from Sweden, and that's why I admire the Jeff Smiths of this world
85.
Who commutes to Canada in between pro tours, and people who were settled over either the Whitlocks, the Danny Baggish, the Damon Hetters. It's just chatting with Andreas yesterday. Just getting here is a big thing for him.
156. Conor Heneghan 121.
That's a wonderful setup there, but Is this treble 17 going in? And Andreas will be thinking, not again, surely.
57.
Well, he's going to get another free at double. He's burned it at double 10 in the first leg. This is for the break back in the second on double 18. Has to move across to double 9. And the same problems arise again for Andreas Harrysson. 5 missed starts at double. And Henahan is back for a 2-0 lead. If he could take out this 64.
And we know what that means when he misses doubles. Just keep your eye on. Oh, that's a tough one now. This will be a great shot if this goes in.
56. Andreas, you require 8.
If he has any hopes of getting to Saturday night, Andreas, the doubles have to start. The doubles have to start now. He must use this moment now as the moment that he now drives his game forward. He has the scoring capability to play with any of these guys. He just has to improve his finishing from the 20% mark he's been on yesterday. 16% today. We can all see. We can all see where the problems are.
60.
And because we get a big sample here at the Super Series, we really can get
80.
deep into the analysis of certain elements of a player's game. And it's become very apparent it's the doubles that have been an issue for Andreas Harrysson. If you have a look at his all-time finishing
85.
stats, though, in this tournament before this week, it was 36.36%. It was actually the same percentage mark as Conor Heneghan.
85.
And frustrating, if he was on 36% this week, he'd probably be sat in second, third place. You know, it's what hurt. And that's why we love this game. No 2 days are the same. And, you know, I think that's what his philosophy was this morning. He's got he's got his manager, good, good person to have around with you. And I'm sure he had a chat with him because, like I said, the pedigree's there.
40.
You know, he's an exceptional player. You don't play for your national country and, you know, you don't get to Euro tours and, you know, do what he's done unless you can play this game, and he's beginning to show that now.
40.
Near himself on 76 after 12. He's had opportunities to win all 3 legs here. It could quite easily be throwing here for a 3-0 advantage, but as it is, it's to go 2-1 up. Henahan's had his opportunities in this match as well for a 2-0 lead, but this double 8 for 2-1 for the Swede. Across now for double 4.
Yeah,
and that goes, and he takes advantage, takes the lead by 2 legs to 1, courtesy of that 15 dart holder throw. And on the balance of play, you'd say it's probably about right.
Is the tide turning? This is exactly what he wanted. It's a tough opener against one of the top
44.
dogs. But if he can get through this game, it would not surprise me if Andreas goes and has a real clean day today. And that double 4 might be something he comes back and looks at, because they weren't going in yesterday. But his scoring is there for you all to see. They seem to bring the best out of each other. Andreas is over the 93 average again yesterday. Both averaged over 90 in the game yesterday.
80.
So they seem to bring the best out of each other.
$43. 55.
And you know, there were 3 good darts, and that's why he's berating himself a little bit there. They were good darts, well thrown. And when you hear the word 55, sometimes you can throw a dart which is
60.
awful, and it can go right into the the corner of the treble 20 there. But he's thrown nicely. This is a good game.
140.
Averaging around 85, and he could just stay at this level all day, can't he? I mean, his stats for yesterday show that he can stay at that level all day. And overall average for the day of 89.72. The most maxes of anyone in the group yesterday.
I just felt Conor and Mike both had gears yesterday. And that's the difference,
44.
right now. But for Andreas,
you require 158.
He's a big favourite now, this 158, but you'd like to think he's even got 6 darts at this 158. It's probably his mentality to this, and that's a stunning second dart for him.
98. Conor, you require 138.
That's a huge amount of pressure on Conor on this 138 now, and he can't finish. So Andreas, the chances are all yours. No shaking your head about people hitting doubles. You're getting the opportunities.
97.
Are you up to this 60 finish now?
Andreas, you require 60.
There's calculation there for Henahan, leaving himself on 41. So if he
Yeah, that's
returns, which he doesn't, so it's academic. He would have only had 2 darts at double, but Andreas Harrysson secures a crucial breaker throw, averaging a shade above 90, 3-1 to the good against Henahan, and has the darts to secure a 4-1 win. A win which in terms of the league table would put him on to 4 points. He'd join Jacques and Jack on that mark, and it would mean that Mike Warburton, following the end of 6 rounds of games, will have a 2-point cushion at the top of the Group A table on 10 points.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the players are like in the players' lounge. Are they watching this? Are they hoping for an Andreas victory, or do you just focus on your own games? It'd be might be a question I ask them later.
140.
Yeah, we're seeing some real changes and different opinions the way people go for finish. It was fascinating yesterday how many people are on 142 are going the treble 17 route these days. It was, and the only one who didn't was probably the youngest of them all in Jack Vincent, who went old school there. But board management has changed so much. You know, the way people finish now over the past 5 to 6 years is it's been strange. And if you in the last leg, Andreas went to 158, went treble 18 bull. So it's all different.
The evolution of the sport.
It's a great second dart. That it's a big favourite, Andreas. I don't think any of us thought that Andreas would be such a big favourite going into the 5th leg, but this is not putting too much pressure on it until that last dart there. But 116 is a finish us dart players like, so he'll really fancy his chances here.
$66. Conor, you require 124.
Couldn't make that up, could you?
Now this would hurt. This would hurt. Bullseye.
85. Andreas, you require 50.
So for the match, for a 4-1 victory to get his 2nd win of the group and to keep Conor Heneghan on 8 points. Double 10 for Andreas Harrysson to secure a 4-1 victory against Conor Heneghan to keep him amongst the chasing pack here in Group A. The Super Swede gets off to a super start at the Super Series. A 4-1 win against Conor Heneghan. He does it with an average of 88.75. A real tidy encounter between the pair. Conor Heneghan himself, 85.41 average as we see the players depart the stage. And as you can see, the stats on your screen now. 4 from 11 on the doubles for Andreas, an improvement on yesterday. For Conor Heneghan, 1 from 4 on the outer ring and the game's solitary maximum. So that is the first round of fixtures for today completed. We're going to take a short break. It will be seconds out, round 2, when Mike Warburton takes on Jack Vincent.
Welcome back. So after two replicated results in the opening encounters of the morning, there's been a break in the trend of darting deja vu after Andreas Harrysson hit back to beat Conor Heneghan in the match you just saw. An 88.75 average there for the Swedish star, who slightly improved that checkout percentage of yesterday. In fact, it was Henahan who was around that 1 in 4, 25% mark. Conor did lose his opening match yesterday, but then went on to win his following 4. So he'll be looking to do exactly the same after that defeat, which means that Mike Warburton is out clear in front in the Group A table. There you see, 10 points for Mike, 8 for Conor Heneghan. Lisa Ashton has lifted herself to best of the rest position in third on 6, and all of the other 3 players now have 4 points. So still very much on for anybody to get to the top of the table, but Mike Warburton is the man in pole position. He really does hold all the cards now, and he's about to play again against Jack Vincent. So far today, we saw Vincent lose 4-0 to Lisa Ashton, and Mike Warburton got the better of Jacques Labre in his opening match. A 4-2 win, rather, for Mike Warburton. 3-2, that would have been something special, wouldn't it? But from 3-2 here, he beat Jack Vincent yesterday, landing that double 2 to get the job done. The Welshman looking to pull now further clear at the top of the table, can make a 4-point advantage before any of his rivals play after the first set of results went his way. So will it be another win for Warby, or will it be a first victory for Vincent today? Let's see.
Thank you very much, Chris. And after 6 rounds of fixtures here in Group A, it is Warburton who is the breadwinner at the minute. He is the man at the top of the pile. The 37-year-old from Wrexham, former World Masters semi-finalist, is the man to catch at the top of the group. He takes on Jack Vincent, who, on the back of back-to-back 4-0 defeats to Lisa Ashton, could do with a little bit of a confidence booster in this game. But in this format, there's no such thing as a game that's going to give you confidence unless you play well.
Yeah, it's top against bottom here, so big game for both for totally different reasons. But the group for me is, 6 fantastic players, and it could be demonstrated here when the guy who's actually at the bottom of the league, takes victory in this match. But Mike's just got their eye of the tiger right now, and he knows a couple of more big wins now, and everything's in his hands, and he'd be feeling good about himself going into this game with the darts.
Well, this is the bookending battle in Group A.
60.
But how many times have we seen the player at the bottom get the victory against the man at the top?
$85.
And you just get the sense you're going to learn a lot more from Jack and Jacques today than you did yesterday, because this is when the realism of this format comes into play.
60.
I know it's Jack's debut, but he is a young man who's represented his country as a boy. He's played in the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour. He's been to Q-School for
100.
Such a young lad. He's actually got a lot of experience, but he said he was feeling the nerves yesterday, but super excited. I think any player who's been to this venue here in Portsmouth have been so impressed
58.
about professional everything about it is, and they're all enjoying it.
Which in turn then makes it no excuse darts.
Absolutely, the best man will win. Mike hasn't started like
60.
I thought he would do in this leg. It's a real slow start for him here. Just probably exactly what Jack needed. So Mike needs to get his scoring boots on. I need to go on right now.
140.
You can show me the Mona Lisa, you can show me Van Gogh, but I don't think there's many sights better than watching Mike Warburton throw darts.
It is, like I said, it's silky
60.
smooth. It's, I did say that, going back the last 12 months when I first saw him, even when he was at Lakeside last year, I really fancied he had a good crowd with him, and I really did fancy his chances.
Was that to Jim McEwen, I believe, in the end?
Yeah, I think Jim beat him a couple of times last year in big competitions for him. But yeah, there's another guy who just talks so much, so well about the MODUS Super Series, Jim McEwen. He said it's been the real making of him, and he appreciates every opportunity he's had.
Double 16.
This would hurt.
54.
Now,
Jack, you
if Jack
require 96.
has any aspirations of really putting the afterburners on, they really needs to start right now. Will it be a double-double?
56.
Yeah, Jack. You know,
Mike,
Jack
you
is pretty
require
old school for
32.
such a young lad. He's, you know, for the past 2 days, he hasn't attempted any real double-double there. I was expecting that, but it's double 16 for Mike.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
And I don't think he'd be absolutely delighted with that first leg. 19 darts. He'll have probably expected more, but a
Second
little
leg
grimace
is
from him
Jack
tells
to
you
throw
pretty much how
first.
he feels.
Game
But
on.
the bottom line is he won the leg. He just has to get the job done.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how. It's just got to get done.
24.
I have to say I'm looking forward to Richie Parkin coming up on Thursday morning. That's going to test my bias as a commentator. You know, a
100.
really exceptional player from my neck of the woods. Probably not many people sort of watching this will know a lot about him, but he's absolutely over the moon for the opportunity. He can't wait to get started.
100.
And this partnership with the ADC is benefiting the likes of Jack Vincent and the likes of Colin Osborne, who won it last week, and Richie. And this partnership that the ADC
100.
and the MODUS Super Series have now is going to really benefit so many amateur players. To go through this procedure.
57.
And playing in this tournament, it's almost a bit like playing in a golf event at Augusta or something along them lines. You play it day
85.
by day, and then time everything to perfection. You know, we can see the extravagance of 12, but if they marry up with 24s, then that's of no use. But if you're consistently getting 15 to 18, which is about par for the course, then you're going to get yourself further up the leaderboard as a result of that consistency.
Well, Warby has got his green jacket on there, so...
Will you have to wear red on the final day?
140.
Steady,
Jack, you require 144.
Treble 20 or treble 18. Treble 18's used an awful lot, but like I say, it's quite old school. He really needs to get into this game, and it needs to happen now. That last dart's a cracker, and that makes his 76 a little bit more difficult. But you'd expect Mike to have at least a dart at a double there, so he'd probably go for a fat 16 now. And how's your luck?
56.
You can see Jack looking
44.
down there. It's a wonderful sound when you don't hear the dulcet tone of game shot. These two dart combinations, that's a stinker. What do you do now? That was a real flyer. Love his attitude. Love that grin. Are you going to go straight for it, son, or 2 double 16?
Yeah, that's game short in the second line.
Like that.
Jack Vincent.
I really like the way he conducted himself there. If you'd have watched Jacques Labre do that, I think his arms would have been all over the place. He just put a grin on it and went down. That might really settle him now.
You and Mark are saying yeah in tune as well. Yeah, that's game shot.
Yeah, game
95.
shot. I heard you practicing that with Marco at the quiz last night. But I won't mention the quiz. I won't mention your performance. You probably cost us third place, but don't worry about it,
60.
Henry. You're still my partner.
I was glad I was allowed in the building this morning, to be perfectly honest.
I'm surprised you picked the right door.
140. 100.
And without boring you too much there, I just love the way that first dart is just above the treble 20. Yesterday, he was going plumb in the treble 20 with the first dart and then really going low on the second and third darts. So, you know, the young man has been analysing things, and we chatted about that this morning. And the first dart is key. But like many players there, if his island, that's perfect. But yes, he was going really low with the second one. That is something now he's improved there.
140.
That's really good. And like I said, for him analysing during the tournament, I'm not 100% so sure, but it could be an area where you can put 5 or 10 points on his average very quickly.
Do you feel as if Jack is just trying to piece things together? Because it feels at times we're seeing a bit of feast or famine. We're seeing some really, really good stuff, and then it's followed by some standard stuff. And if he can kind of meet in the middle, he's going to find a bit more consistency.
100.
But he'll learn, and he's not
Mike
throwing his arms about.
107.
He's playing, you know, he's playing with relaxation, and I think he'll see the positives out of things. And this 107 could be crucial. He missed tops in the last leg. Will he get it this time?
67.
Bends the wire there.
Jack, you require 101.
This is a practice we do. Best of 9, 101 finishes. You know, this is what we do. Treble 19, double 12. Big moment of this game.
Yeah, that's game short in the third line.
Big moments.
Jack
The two
Vincent.
missed tops for Mike Warburton, punished by Jacques Vincent. A double 12 will feel really good
Forward
as that
leg
goes
is
in.
Jack
That
the throw
101 finish is a
first.
great feeling
Game
for
on.
any dart player. And he's got the darts now. Pivotal moment? Potentially.
Well, it was a bread and butter finish for Jacques Vincent to take the lead against Warburton.
95.
Warburton's looking to get on a baker's dozen worth of points if he can get the win in this one.
Boom, boom.
60.
And this is where he's looking so good, that first dart. So impressed.
99.
Just for, you know, for people, I mean, I've watched Jack sort of grow from, you know, playing him at the Scottish Open was possibly the last time I really saw him throw a dart in. But like I said, he's
45.
growing all the time, and his body's changing all the time, and his throw is totally different to the Jack I remember. And it all goes well for the future for him.
Temperament is definitely one of his
100.
biggest assets.
Isn't it? He's just a likable guy. He's just, and he loves the game. And he's, you know, he's playing the top of the table. Mike Warburton was threatening to run away with this league.
140.
And you've got to make Jack a big favourite right now. What he would give for a 171 right now.
Which would then focus all eyes on Conor
28.
Heneghan when he takes on Lisa Ashton in the next game, because if Warburton loses this and Ashton gets a victory there, you've got the top three separated by just 2 points.
But just like
140.
that, 2 140s from Mike and a 28 from Jack. Jack's gone from a big favourite now to potentially being second best in this leg. That's his worst start when he dips under that treble 20.
58. Mike, you
Because he's
require
fighting to
116.
recover straight after that.
It's just sometimes when that tension and anxiety can get in them shoulders. I always say to people, exhale equals confidence. Big deep breath before you get up there.
60.
That's why
Jack, you require
a little
121.
grimace there from Mike, because he knows Jack's been punishing these finishes in this match. A 1-2-1 would really hurt. A big 11.
81. Mike, you require
Got to hit
56.
the fat 11 at that point. Just give yourself the opportunity of the bullseye, because that would have really hurt. That's a poor first start.
However, it's a lovely guide for double top,
36.
but it doesn't go.
Jack, you require
And so the break
40.
opportunity back.
And we know what that means when he misses tops, which he has done in the past 3 legs. Jack will punish it. Or will he?
Yeah, that's game short in the
Certainly
fourth
does.
line. Jack Vincent.
That'll be really frustrating for Mike at the back there. I had the feeling when he stepped on that stage, not a foregone
Fifth
conclusion,
flag
he
is
wouldn't be
Mike
so
to throw
disrespectful,
first.
but I think he
Game
thought,
on.
this is my big opportunity to really cement my first place in this league, and getting to 12 points at this stage of the day would have been huge, and everyone had been looking up at him. What
60.
Jack's doing here is bunching up that group like we've talked about all day.
And you felt before the off, this game was a lot about Jacques Vincent. How is he going to respond to those 4-0 defeats to Lisa Ashton?
60.
Because at that point, it is so easy for the occasion to swallow you up. But he's come back out fighting and putting in a good performance here against the man at the top of the table.
100.
And I think he'll remember yesterday's game, because when I did chat to Jack early, he did mention how lucky he was to get 2 darts against Mike yesterday. He only averaged just over 70 yesterday, in, you know, his worst game of the day. So when
60.
you're playing an opponent, especially less than 24 hours later, I think that will have been on his mind. So he's put himself in a great position now, but now it's about running through that line. Little Richard Ashdown, that's what he taught me when I had
100.
potential problems of reaching, getting close to victories and not putting them to bed. Probably just where Jack is right now. And I used to stand up there and pretend I was running through the line.
40.
Luckily, this is not on Jack's throw, but he's saved his worst leg of the day, really, for, I think, already, especially with the way them 2 darts have gone, he'll be thinking of the next leg, Jack.
180.
Hasn't been a phenomenal amount of 180s today. That's Warby's second of the day.
Time to perfection, and maybe
140.
just beginning to turn the screw a little bit in this match.
Jack's already thinking of the next game. But again, there's that dangerous way going for 61. Not when it's needed, 99.
Yeah, that's
Right
game
in the
short in the
centre there.
5th flag. Mike Warburton.
It's game on right now. It's Jack's dart. Let's see what you're made of, Jack.
6 flag is Jack the throw first.
This follows the trend
Game
of
on.
Series 2 because the average legs per match over the last 5 weeks have been 5.84, which means that most games are completed in 6 legs, and we're heading into a 6th leg here, and Jack Vincent will be hoping that he'll be propping up those statistics of a victory here. That was exactly what Mike Warburton did in his first game of the day, a 4-2 success against Jacques Labre, the Frenchman. But for Jack Vincent, it was a 4-0 defeat to Lisa Ashton. So a win here for Vincent would mean a 1-1 record for the day for the pair.
Warby's not going to make it easy for him there. That 140 was pretty
96.
sublime after Jack's opening ton. But that last start, treble 19, it's still advantage Jack. And a bit like Jack's, he sort of doesn't use the treble 19 much because he just has that way of just looping it over them darts there. That's a killer of a last start. 305, potentially could go on 18's first dart there, but I think right at this moment he's thinking 9 darts from 305 for the match. And even though that's left 165, he'll still be feeling good about himself. $100. So as he looks at 165, even though the best he can do is 6 darts, he'd be feeling confident he's going to get a chance of all 6. But
43.
That will
likely
hurt.
to require 161.
That could be the 3 darts there could be the turning point. So 81, so treble 19.
99.
It's not a gimme 62, but you do feel, I certainly feel that this 122 is a bit of a must. Treble 18. He will stay there.
Game. Shot.
Wow, it was a difficult camera angle on that second dart there, but what a fantastic win for young Jack Vincent. A surprising win, an 84.64 against a 90-plus average from Warby, and top of the league, Warby. I think I can just hear a big sigh of relief either side of me in the players' lounge there. That really bunches the group up again. Big 1-2-2 finish of the match. 2 180s for the day for Mike Warburton, but that was all about Jack Vincent. Next up, we have Lisa Ashton and Conor Heneghan in a battle of the big guns.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can watch every single one of those matches live for UK viewers here on Sporty Stuff TV, anywhere in the world, live on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And you can be here in person as well, live in Portsmouth on Saturday nights. Tickets available for free from dartshop.tv. Get yourself down here for a pre-Christmas party. Why not? And maybe a bit of a party pooper in that previous match. Jacques Vincent, bottom of the table before it, beating top of the table Mike Warburton. A 4-2 success for this week's ADC qualifier, and the finishing is what won it. 4 out of 6, including that brilliant 1-2-2 checkout. A fantastic victory for Vincent, bearing in mind that he'd lost his last couple of games, both of them by 4-0 against Lisa Ashton. Let's have a quick look to see how that affects the Group A table, and it means that Warburton remains in touching distance for Conor Heneghan, who's in action next, but he faces Ashton, who's looking to join the party at the top of the table. Jacques Vincent leapfrogging Labre and Harrysson into 4th place on 6 points alongside Ashton in that one. But as I said, it is Lisa Ashton against Conor Heneghan coming next. Lisa Ashton won 4-0, as I mentioned, in her opening match against Jacques Vincent, just as she did yesterday. Conor Heneghan lost his opening match, but he did beat Lisa Ashton when the pair met 24 hours ago. A 4-3 success with this 80 finish for Henahan. Can Ashton get her revenge in this one? Lisa looking to land a second tungsten triumph on Tuesday. Can she conquer Conor in this one? Let's see.
Let's get this party started, as Chris Murphy says. Yeah, Lisa's be feeling good with that opening victory. You know, to start the day with a 4-0, finished yesterday with a 4-0. Conor will be probably thinking, well, I lost my first game yesterday, then went on to win my next 4, so I don't think we're panicking too much yet, but I do feel like the ascendancies with Lisa going into this one.
She kicked off the day with a 4-0 win against Jacques Vincent. She's won each of her last 8 legs in play here at the Super Series. But in the meeting between the pair yesterday, it went all the way to a deciding leg, and it was Conor Heneghan who came out the 4-3 victor against Ashton, putting out a 15-darter from the fire to secure victory in that particular clash with the Lancashire Rose. Now, that score means that in this series, Series 2 of the MODUS Super Series, we have now had 6,000 scores of 100 or more in 5 and a bit weeks play. 6,000. Incredible darts.
99.
Henry, you need to get out more.
If Corinne Hammond was here, I think she would have thrown me off the balcony by now.
81.
It's the first quiz question you've got right in 2 days.
$55.
A setup would be nice here. The way that first start went in.
100.
Ideal opener here for Lisa. Conor will be up against it, and a lot of snatching that first start there. He'll probably go down to the 19s here.
82.
Saved him there, but it's advantage,
Lisa. 120.
Shanghai for the 120. Tops for the opening leg.
That's game short in the first
absolute stonker there from Lisa. She's feeling good. Big smile on her face there. Advantage Ashton.
And at what point do we look at the records of most legs won consecutively? Because Lisa Ashton is now at 9-1 in a row.
140.
The record is
44.
16. That was done by Graham Usher at the Champion of Champions event in July.
I knew that.
We've seen a number of 14s from the likes of Connor Scott and Fallon Sherp. Mike Warburton's done it, as well as Robert Thornton. They're all done in 2021. The
58.
best since we've moved into this new format here at the Super Series is a one of 13. That was done by Conan Whitehead. That was in the previous venue in Southampton. That was in week 2 of Series 1. But if Ashton's going to put the record into double digits and try and continue to write her way into that sort of history book, then she's going to have to get some big scores like that in this leg, because Henahan, you sense, has the advantage in this one.
Yeah, that 140 will help there, because she did start slowly in this leg
90.
here. She will be using the 19s, no doubt, with 259 on the board. And 19s, that's exactly what she's done. That 140, 137 set up. But it's still in Connor's hands here. 148, but he's sliding into that 5 an awful lot this morning. That's something you might need to consider. His last start.
Lisa, you require
His last start has been
122.
great, whether it being treble 20 or treble 19. So treble 18 after the Shanghai last time. Bullseye.
97.
Nearly replicated exactly what Jack Vincent just done, but let's see how Connor's really feeling with this 54 2-dart finish. Tops. Big dart.
Yeah,
And
that's
he's up
game
for the
short in
challenge.
second
That's a
Conor
huge
Heneghan.
sigh of relief there from Connor. I think he understands how big that dart was there, and Lisa will be probably a little bit frustrated now, but
Lisa to throw first.
continues to be a
Game
dart.
on.
Great contest so far.
They play it as 1 from 2 on the doubles.
100.
Ashton averaging 97.91 at this early stage.
Connor's really
39.
struggling with his first dart this morning. It's whether or not it's going in a little 5, and that time a little 1. You could see a first sign of frustration for him. And Lisa does what she does. She just pounces on that with another 140. She's relentless.
With the way Connor releases the darts,
140.
if the first one's a flyer, does it become more difficult then, as a consequence, to recalibrate for dart 2 and dart 3?
I would say it's more
60.
difficult for Lisa, who's such a rhythmical player. I mean, it's like quite a snatchy sort of point of release, which works for Connor. It's absolutely fine. It's been fantastic watching him
83.
here. But I think it'd be more for a rhythmical player who will struggle there. I think he's a lot of wrist, a lot of flick in the dart from Connor compared to Lisa's just...
55.
I don't even think Lisa really aims like a Michael Smith. It's just all rhythmical.
95. Lisa,
Do you know how to
require
spell rhythm?
146.
RHYTHM.
Rhythm helps your 2 hips move.
You saw me dancing last night, didn't you? You told
Conor,
me
you
you
require
didn't.
144.
We will have a bit of the dozer shuffle.
There goes that first dart again. He'd be mightily frustrated with that.
44. Lisa, you require 52.
Already a big finish here for Lisa. For a favour tops, double 10.
32.
Yeah,
Conor, you
she
require
knows.
100.
And even though Connor hasn't really been in this leg, this will hurt. There we go again. But he's been brilliant in that area of the board.
Yeah, that's game
Wow.
short in the third leg. Conor Heneghan.
That's tough. That's tough to take for Lisa there. A wry smile there. But he needs to sort this first dart
Fourth
out.
leg,
It's
it's
been really
Conor to
poor,
throw
but
first.
his
Game
second
on.
and third dart there, I mean, that's a sign of a real quality player.
He's almost embarrassed to take it out, wasn't he, as he came back to the board, smarter to say,
80.
sorry, Lisa, sorry.
I tell you what is very, very noticeable now. You know, when Lisa first started playing against the men and Anastasia and Dita and Fallon, you know, there was this thing about, you know, playing a lady. It's none of that now. I mean, it's as equal as you get these days. You know, it's that's something that's noticeable. You know, when I played Fallon on a Premier League stage in Nottingham, honestly, my legs shook from the moment I stepped on that stage, and I was over the moon to go away with a 6-6. And you know, with all the news yesterday, the ladies double the prize, another £10,000 on each. You know, ladies darts right now is in a wonderful, wonderful position.
I'm throwing it out there now. We need a world mixed pairs tournament. Could you imagine? 8 teams, 8 pairs.
Well, I'm not wanting to brag, but pretty much in the BDO, especially at Chelsea area, but, you know, round it, I won so many mixed pairs with Lisa.
Lisa, you require 140.
She was just amazing. But we enjoyed it. It was good fun. And who's the only player to ever have a 9 darter in a mixed pairs?
Conor, you require 151.
It wasn't you, was it?
Certainly was.
45. Lisa, you require 40.
She missed this last time. There's a chance of redemption here. Not such a bad dart, believe it or not, but she needs to come lower than that.
20. Conor, you require 106.
I don't know about you, but I get the feeling this 106 is going to go. That was a strange.
74.
Yeah,
Lisa,
strange
you
second dart. That
20.
You know, the 20 bed was already blocked there. But second chance here for Lisa.
That's game short in the fourth.
She doesn't normally need a second chance. This time she gobbles it up there. So this is a... Is that our first Desmond of the day so far?
5th flag is Lisa to
all
throw
to play
first. Game on.
Again, back on throw as a consequence of that Ashton break.
78.
Big 3 legs coming up here in terms of the group, because if Henahan can secure the 2 points, he goes level at 10 with Warburton. But if Ashton gets the win, the top 3 would then all be separated by just 2 points. Warburton would be the outright leader on 10. Henahan and Ashton both on 8.
98.
And then Jack Vincent would also get the opportunity potentially to move himself onto 8 points, although Warburton and Henahan would have already played by the time he's next in action
100.
against Jacques Labre.
Very softly spoken person, Conor. He's been really nice to get to know.
100.
I was chatting to him about, you know, during lockdown, how many players sort of improved with the online stuff, and you know, him and his brother, and he tells me his brother's a better player than him.
125.
His brother, you know, they were pretty formidable in the online games that were played during that period there, and he said he's just sort of kicked on from there.
75.
Big last start there, really. She was struggling, but that first start there from Conor's exactly where he needs to be. Sure, they're listening to me on the stage, you know.
81. Lisa, you require 150.
I think Lisa will go 3 bulls here. No.
60. Conor, you require
Conor should go ball here.
Frustrating 3 darts there for Lisa. I think she showed how what she thought, because the 3 well thrown. So treble 18.
99. Lisa, you require 90.
And the difference between that now is Lisa will go for treble 20 first start now. Double 5.
85. Conor, you
Game's about
require
millimetres, isn't
36.
it? And all of a sudden now it's a big advantage to Henahan.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag.
He's been second best in a lot of this game so far. Yeah, it's Conor that leads 3-2, and more importantly, it's his darts now.
6th flag, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
I feel like I've read this script before with Conor Heneghan. It's a bit similar to the game these two had yesterday, where Ashton came out the blocks the quicker of the 2. Henahan was just struggling a little bit, but then as the game got on, he caught up. And maybe he's the man who's going to find the run to the line here.
44.
Although that start of 15 hasn't helped, but not really punished by Lisa.
Yeah, the way he flicks that dart, his timing hasn't been great. But Lisa didn't punish it, so he can get up there. And that's all he really needs to do right now. It's his darts. Lisa's not at her best. He says Lisa's not at her best. She's just peppering the 90 average. That's how good she is. But Conor just needs to steady ton all the way down, he'll be thinking now.
And both players know, even at this stage, the significance of this match. Both know that it can change the complexion of the group.
Yeah, I think you sort of analysed it really well, and you know, if Elisa win here, would have bunched everything up. But you know, once again, when Conor's watched Mike lose the last game, he thought it's the opportunity to get back to the top of the table.
135.
That looks like the way it's going right now. Lisa needs a big one here.
140. Conor, you require 151.
She does her job. A 1-5-1 here. Which way is it going to go? Treble 17, second dart. Treble 14.
91.
It's a great setup. Lisa's
Lisa,
sort
you
of
require
hoping more than
161.
expecting now. How nice would this be?
137.
So Conor Heneghan to move level on points with Mike Warburton, wants tops, and to keep Ashton rooted
40.
on 6 points, but the
Lisa, you
opportunity
require
comes and goes, and
24.
Ashton returns for double 12 to take us to a decider.
Like I said, she doesn't normally need a second chance.
No score.
And as a dart
Conor,
player,
you
that just
require
hurts when you get
20.
them chances there. Conor can't believe his luck right now. And for the match, Henahan, double 10.
Game.
Right,
Shot.
plumb in
And
the
a match.
middle there. He
Conor
will be over the
Heneghan.
moon and relieved at the same time with that. He's back on track. He's back top of the table with Mike Warburton. And next up, we've got a real cosmopolitan affair with Jacques Labre and Andreas Harrysson.
Well, 5 matches down this morning here at the MODUS Super Series. Glenn Durrant has joined me to reflect on them, starting with that last one, Glenn, because Conor Heneghan could be doing something similar to yesterday. You pointed out that he looked a little tight and nervous in his first match, but then he went on to win his next 4. Well, he's lost his first and he's just beaten Lisa Ashton.
I think he'd be delighted. For a lot of that game, he was second best. So I think I've given up predicting anything with this group now. But yeah, he looked pretty relieved when he was in the players' lounge walking in there.
And Lisa had won, well, she went on a 9-leg winning run, didn't she, winning the first of that one. 2 4-0 wins against Jack Vincent at the end of yesterday and the start of today. But she's got to be disappointed with the doubling in that one.
She had that wry smile on her face as I've just walked by you there. Missed doubles, I think it was 2 out of 12, something like that. Yeah, 16%. That's not what she's, you know, her strength can be. Her doubles as well. She was pretty frustrated.
Yeah, she was knocking on the door when she won that first match in the Group A table. We'll look at that now because Conor Heneghan has gone back level on points with Mike Warburton. It looked like Warburton was going to pull away when he won his first match and Henahan lost his first, but now Warburton and Henahan level again. Yeah, they were the 2 class acts yesterday. Conor will be trying to replicate exactly what happened as well, losing his first game and then going on a run of 4 wins, and that's very, you know, potentially could happen there. And
Yeah, it's a tough group. It's a tight group. You know, just highlighted when Jack beat Mike, you know, top against bottom, and Jack came out the winner in that game. So I think that sums up really the conclusion of this group.
Yeah, and it's the battle at the basement now, the two players on 4 points. One of them will join the bunch in the chasing pack, Jacques Labre against Andreas Harrysson. Harrysson did the damage against Henahan in his last match, winning it 4-1, while Labre lost out to Mike Warburton in his only match of the day so far. Which way do you see this one going?
I mean, Jacques has won out of his last 5. I think the disappointing thing for Jacques is just his demeanour more than anything. And he's given his opponent real positivity because he's flailing his arms around a little bit. If I was in his corner, I would just tell him just to, you know, he's a quality act. You know, we've talked a lot about his wins there. We did predict this morning that Andreas could go on a run today. So in answer to your question, I think it's an Andreas victory.
Yeah, he did win yesterday, though, Jacques, this fixture, 4-2 against Andreas. Can you take anything from that?
Absolutely. We talked about the game yesterday because Mike Warburton against Jack Vincent. Jack said he was appalling against Mike Warburton yesterday and was lucky to get 2 legs. So that game was already on his mind. 24 hours later, Jacques got to look at the positives. You know, he wins that game. He's got to be thinking, that's what I need to do to start his campaign up again. But Andreas looks in a pretty mean mood today, and he'd be tough to beat.
Well, let's see which way it goes. It is the French flinger against the Swedish slinger. Let's hope it's a zinger.
Thank you very much, Chris, and I hope you're not going to sue me for the next sentence I say, because it's one straight from the Chris Murphy commentary notebook, but it is a battle of the cellar dwellers here at the Super Series as Jacques Labre takes on Andreas Harrysson. France against Sweden here in our 6th game of the day. Following the end of this, we would have concluded the 2nd round of fixtures for everyone, and then we'll get a real good reflection on where the table is at that point. We do know there's 2 leaders on 10 points. We have 2 players now on 6. They're going to be joined by 1 more, with these 2 handily placed on 4. You can see the jostles beginning to ebb and flow in this group. Moving Day is beginning to come into its 4.
First leg.
But one of these players will be hoping they're not stuck on 4 at the end of this game. It is Labre, the Frenchman, who has the darts. Lost out by 4 legs to 2 to an inspired performance from Mike Warburton. He didn't miss a dart, a double in that match, did Jacques? But it was the scoring power of Warburton 60. With that big average that got him over the line. As for Andreas Harrysson, he was the big winner in the opening round of matches against Conor Heneghan, providing one of the upset results of the day so
60.
far, averaging 88.75 in a 4-1 success against the Irishman. And you actually look at the doubles, it was 4 from 11, so you actually counter in the scoring part of that game. It was probably closer to around 94. And the first dart sits up like that for Jacques.
140.
Usually only 1 outcome, and that's going to be at least 1 more friend joins him in that bed.
$136.
This is so much better from Jacques already. Just what he needs. He's on a bit of a losing streak right now, and he needs something. I'll probably put the mockers on Andreas by predicting he'll win this match. But both will be delighted. Sensational start by both.
64.
But we've talked an awful lot about this 64th area of finishing. Another 16 or an 8. Double top big dart already in this match, even so it's early.
Game short in the first leg. Jacques Labre.
Can the real Jacques Labre please stand up? That was much, much better.
Second leg, it's
European
Andreas
Cup
through
champion.
first.
Very, very difficult competition to win in the WDF. I've played in that, and when people wear that, you know, the country's shirt, people become so much better players, and how tough it is to win them. And that was a big moment for French darts.
58.
Just 121 average for Andreas at the moment, and 1-0 down.
do wonder what sort of music Jacques into, because
60.
the fellow French player who plays here, Thibaut Tricol, his walk-on song is actually a jazz song that his band, or his friend's band, one of their hit chart singles, and he walks onto that at every single game he plays on stage.
180.
I'll ask him. This is the real. This is
100.
This is a cracking match already. The 263 I would have expected. This is unbelievable, darts.
125.
This is what they'd
Treble
call
19.
135. Jacques, you require 138.
We call this the Keith Della. Not that he ever mentions it.
Well, that would have been exceptional.
I'm going to take that French dictionary
58.
off you.
Andreas, you require 66.
66. What happened in 66?
Well, Harrysson get his kicks en route 66.
46.
No,
Jacques, you
not on this
require
occasion.
80.
Now, all week I haven't fancied Jacques for this type of finish, but there's just something about him in this game. He's going to really cover. I mean, that is covered. This is going to be a virtually impossible tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Jacques
Honestly, I've
Labre.
really got the hang of this commentary. That is a wonderful, wonderful dart there. And he
Third
needed
leg is
something.
Jacques
He
to
needed a
throw
catalyst.
first.
He needed
Game on.
something to get him going because he was on a bit of a losing streak. Andreas looked like he was the man in form. And it's 2-0. This is the guy we were expecting to see this week. He just looks a lot more
45.
settled. He'd be feeling good if he can get through this game. Andreas is still averaging over 105 here.
140.
Make that 108. 2-0 down, averaging 108. And that is what is improved overnight. The
86.
board management using that 19s a little bit. Yesterday he was covering the treble 20 bed and following that dart. You could feel the frustration even here in the commentary team.
100.
Whereas for Andreas, the way his dart's sitting, the way the design of his dart, actually a dart going under the treble 20 is, you know, the perfect setup for him.
41. 60.
19s, please.
49.
Stay on the 20s, Jacques.
So Andreas, 6 darts on 201.
100.
Quality player is Andreas.
One 140.
This is a quality
Andreas, you
contest.
require 101.
People we've seen the 101 already today. Double 16 to put him back in this match.
69. Jacques, you require 140.
If you're looking for a worldie, and I don't mean Saudi Arabia, the 140 would have been ideal here. Just don't bust.
100.
Lovely down. Put
Andreas,
some
you
pressure
require
on this
32.
32. When you're 2-0 down and it becomes a must, it gets just a little bit smaller.
Yeah, that's game short.
He's
in the
playing
third
well.
leg.
He's playing well. He
Andreas
deserved that,
Harrysson.
Andreas. It's now 2-1 to Jacques, but Andreas is absolutely in this game, and that was a breaker throw there.
Forward leg, it's Andreas to throw
Back
first.
on throw now. He'll
Game
be
on.
just thinking, hold my throw, 15 darts, please, and then try and break Jacques after that, because he seems to be the guy with the momentum. He seems to be the guy that is going to come through the field.
60.
Swede will be thinking, gimme a break before midday in this particular match.
Wow.
190.
The game might be slipping through his fingers.
I am looking at his computer, and he's got ABBA hits on here. I mean, I've got
That's just the hard drive.
100.
Voulez-vous. That must be French. Sounds French, doesn't it? Voulez-vous.
125.
Well, at the minute, Harrysson will be looking for an SOS.
Wow.
125.
I think Henry's looking for a pay rise. It's all money, money, money to him.
100.
I'm just glad that the Super Series decided to take a chance on me.
Right, I'm going to take that computer off you.
60.
Big
Jacques
advantage.
Labre, 96.
Big advantage to Jacques now. 96. We've seen this by Warby yesterday, and it's all about that first start. Double 18. The stinker that is double 9.
78. Andreas Harrysson, 156.
How do you fancy this 156, Henry?
We've seen this done this week, but not on this occasion.
44. Jacques Labre, 18.
If that had gone in there, I'd have been like a dancing queen just for you.
Well, that's a case of Mamma Mia for Jacques Labre.
10. Andreas Harrysson, 112.
Jacques had this game in his hands there, but it's Andreas with a 1-1-2 to steal it. He'll stay there. I can't see the camera angle. Is it tops?
Yeah, that's
What a
the
finish that is.
Andreas Harrysson.
What a finish that is. We've predicted that Andreas is the guy that potentially could come through the field today. A 2-0 down and Jacques averaging over 100.
Fifth flag is Jacques to throw
He was
first.
second best, but
Game
he's
on.
pulled it back to 2-each. It's on throw. And Andreas is the one who's looking, the guy with the momentum right now.
43.
And now it's a match of the best of 3. And winner takes it all. I don't write all these puns myself.
42.
But for which of these super tungsten troopers are the like
60.
going to find them? Who's going to be feeling like a number one? Well, it's Mike Warburton, who, to be fair, has every hit in his repertoire, is the man at the top of the table.
Where's the loo?
100.
Oh, it's Waterloo, isn't it? Sorry. Oh, don't. You're going on page 2 of 3 there now, are you? You're really going to
60.
the bottom of ABBA's hits there, I see.
Well, he's laid
140.
his second dart on top of the first.
Can someone come and save me, please? At least we're not doing snooker puns
60.
anyway. I've been practicing on that.
Right on cue.
$83.
This game's just gone a little flat right now, certainly for Jacques anyway, but he certainly needs to get back on. He's on a run of losing games right now, and a 2-0 up. He looked a big favourite for Andreas at 136, and this would be a break.
54. Andreas Harrysson, 136.
He seems to be fighting himself up there, does Jacques?
$100.
That last start was exactly what the doctor ordered. And a 2-2-4. There's not much that Jacques can do from here.
And you just got the sense the way that Andreas was playing in the early stages, if he could stay to that level, he's going to carve out opportunities. That's exactly
60.
what he's done
Andreas
here. And
Harrysson,
now
36.
the double 18 for a breaker throw to go 3-2 up and then have the darts in the 6th to secure the win. But can he find the double?
Yeah, that's
Yes, he
game short in
can.
the fifth flag.
Last
Andreas
dart in
Harrysson.
hand. And Andreas Harrysson a leg away from victory, a hold away from victory.
Sixth flag, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Right on cue. Now you're just thinking, as I've said many times, if you're wondering what's a dart player thinking now, 15 dart, just give me 100. But after that first dart, you get
100.
greedy and you want a little bit more. But that's exactly what he's doing. Jacques is fighting with himself now, and you can just sort of see the throw is not as elegant as it was at the beginning of this game. Now he's shown that.
91.
It's a good last start. He has to keep focusing on the positives. But Andreas looks like he's a tough man to beat right now, and that's just sitting perfect. Sitting perfect. 140 minimum here for him.
140.
Cracking darts. Andreas Harrysson.
My. Has at the live lounge Jacques Labre surrendered?
58.
Luckily for you, I'm not here tomorrow.
60.
I'm going to turn Phil Bars's off then. Is that who I'm working with tomorrow?
You and Bars?
$60.
201 with him sat on 292. And that opening dart is absolutely beautiful once again. Treble 19. He does like that treble 15 way. And that leaves him that double 18 that he's just hit. Andreas is really going to be delighted with his start. 2 from 2 today. Whereas Jacques is beginning to be a bit of a long week for him, because I think he had hopes and expectations when he was 2-0 up and playing the type of darts we expected
Andreas
this week.
require 36.
But it's Andreas Harrysson from 2-0 down for double 18.
Game.
For a wonderful 4-2 victory. His second win of the day. A 95.16 average. He was averaging close to the 100 all through that game. A wonderful 112 finish. Really sort of changed the game into Andreas's throw. No 180s in that game, but 44% on the doubles. A classy game from Andreas. And next up, we've got huge game at the top of the table. Conor Heneghan against Mike Warburton. Don't miss that one.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Tuesday, the second day of Group A action this week. And we've just seen the Super Swede, Andreas Harrysson, pick up some points with a 4-2 victory against France's Jacques Labre. Good value for it as well. Glenn Durrant did say to me earlier on that he felt a run might well be coming for Harrysson, and he's just beaten a couple of players in the last hour or so, beating Conor Heneghan earlier on 4-1, and then following that up with that fantastic performance against Labre, a 95 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, including that 1-1-2 checkout as well. The man he beat in the previous match is in action next. Conor Heneghan takes on Mike Warburton. Now, this is a battle at the top of the Group A table, a table which we'll have a look at in a moment. Instead, we'll see Conor Heneghan first taking out this 100 against Lisa Ashton, a match that he went on to win, having lost his first of the day. Conor Heneghan, that defeat to Andreas Harrysson. But he did beat Mike Warburton yesterday, a brilliant 1-3-6 checkout in it against the Welshman, the two men at the top of the league table. Now let's take a quick look at that league table now, because both of them are on 10 points. Didn't look like this would be the case earlier on when Warburton won his first match and Henahan lost his, but it does turn into a battle at the peak of the pile. The two of them 4 points clear of the rest of the field, but the winner of this one will go outright at the top of the table. And you saw the 1-3-6 checkout there from Henahan. He won that match 4-3 yesterday, taking out 82 in the last leg decider when Warburton was waiting on tops for the win. So all the ingredients of being the match of the day once again, this one. Right, it's tongue twister time as we get ready for Tuesday's table-topping tungsten tussle. Yes.
Well, I'm not going to have an attempt at that, but if you have a look at my notes, what does that say there, Henry? This has all the ingredients to be the game of the day, the game of the week even. Two phenomenal players. My thoughts, how is Mike Warburton going to react? We've talked about this silky smooth throw. How is he going to react after a defeat last time and now up against a real tough opponent in Conor? How's that throw going to stand up against a top of the table clash? And for Conor, will he be thinking, well, yesterday I lost my first game and then went and won the next 4, and this morning he lost his first game, battled in his second game, but he got a win. Will he be thinking another 4 wins today? So put all that in the melting pot, and for me, you've got all the ingredients for a fantastic game.
Well, this really could be the torch-bearing match of the day. It was yesterday. It set the standard alight.
First like it's gone to the
Murph
first.
rightly mentioned, the 4-3 win for Henahan. Finishes of 136, 161, averages of 93 and 96 respectively. And these two turning out to be the two at the top of the table. They are 4 points clear of Ashton, Harrysson and Vincent on 6 points. Warburton and Henahan on 10. One will get to 12 at the beginning of round 8. The halfway house here in Group A.
Conor's starting that trend again of slicing in that little 5. It's not the fact it's such a big 5. It just means his timing's a little bit out on the point of release. That's just something he sort of needs to have a little think about. Maybe get on the practice board during the periods he's not playing here. But he just wants to get over just above that treble 20 where he's at his best.
45.
I think the first leg is really key in this game. Probably more than anyone, but they just need to focus. I love it when players think, you know, I don't care who I play, I just want to focus on myself. And that's really the mentality that I have when you're up against such a big game like this. Because you do feel the winner of this match is going to qualify for the week, because all of a sudden then they're on 12 points. They
140.
6 points advantage to the player in third. So that's all the connotations here, and they just need to focus on the darts.
Well, to paraphrase George Orwell, all 2 points are equal, but some 2 points are more equal than others, and this is certainly in that category.
That's better than ABBA. Treble 18. And double 12 for a wonderful 97 finish.
85. Mike, you require 141.
I'd love to know how many times Mike has left 141 and 96 this week. He's just gone under that treble 20 there, so Conor will breathe a sigh of relief and really focus on that double 12, because
60. Conor, you
it actually
require
starts
12.
now. He needs to stare that double 12, that double 6 out.
Yeah, that's game
exactly
short in
what
the
he
first
does, and just pings it right in the top. And when you looks in, because if he'd have gone just above that, The double 13 bed was crying out to him.
Second lag is Mike to throw first.
Job done for
Game
Conor.
on.
He'll be just concentrating now and thinking how imperative it is now to try and break Mike and really get, that 2-0 lead would be pretty tough to beat the way Conor's playing right now.
You mentioned there how Mike keeps leaving 141s and 96s. Is that a indication
57.
to you of his scoring power and his scoring consistency?
I think what it tells me is that he doesn't play around with the board. He's at the 20s. Not often he goes into the 19s and 18s bed, whereas some players,
81.
the board management is, totally different. So it's telling me, whatever calculations it is, it's going to leave 141 and 96 so many times.
Well, we know this is a calculation that Conor Heneghan likes. He got...
I think that's his third today, but there hasn't been the glut of 180s that we had yesterday, that's for sure.
55.
Henahan was the maximum man yesterday, six 180s, 21 overall yesterday. Looking at today's action, that's gone up by 7 to 28.
85.
916 180s in Series 2 of the Super Series.
Yeah, I love the way he just sort of flicks that dart, the way the dart sits up for Conor. So when he gets it right, he gets it right.
125.
179. So we should be starting thinking about the 19th. That's exactly what he does.
133.
There's lots of way you could have gone on that last dart there. I was looking at the bullseye area, but 46 is a finish we all love because you're opening dart around the 6 and 10 area. Unless he's feeling confident on the 16s and he'll go for the 14. But he's played nice and safe at tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the second lag. Conor Heneghan.
And he's averaging 100.20 at the moment. Absolute job done at the moment. At the halfway stage for him. And he's got the darts here. There's that little flick into the fives. He needs to sort that out.
90.
If he's looking to improve, he's playing very, very well, don't get me wrong. But if he just wants to just add to that, there's just a little consideration of why they're flicking into the fives.
100.
Do you think we're seeing some nerves from Mike? Obviously, do you think he'll be still thinking of that Jack Vincent game going into this one? It'll be new to him to be losing 2 on the spin.
Possibly, but then when you look at the stats, he's averaging 85, but he's not converting 1 treble visits into 2 treble visits.
Absolutely. These top players, when the first one goes in like that, you are expecting minimum 140 from them. That's the difference. A lot of players would go on the 19s now, but just sort of float it over, Mike, there. If you just see the extension of that follow through there, just follows that dart over. This would be nice. 171 here would be nice.
133.
I'll very much take that. 78 finish. Nothing Mike can do right now. Apart from put some pressure on that 78.
140.
His first 140 plus of the match, but it might be in vain if Henahan takes out this 78 to open up a 3-0 lead in next to no time at all. Tops it is to Henahan.
Just the way his darts sit, you could actually see there, that was not sitting ideal whatsoever. So I had to move across to the hockey, which is not ideal. Big moment, this 76. It looks like a tops. It's all about this tops with the last dart here. That might dictate this whole game.
56.
And he drops low.
Conor, you require 20.
Do not expect Conor to miss this 20.
2 10s for 3-0. Up for double 5. And this, if that went inside, it would have created an interesting passage of play. But Henahan's up to the task. He leads Warburton by 3 legs to 0. He's averaging 95.94. And the important stat, I think, here, Glenn, is when we have a look at the scoring power pack. Because Warburton, for his consistency on the ton pluses, has not been able to convert those into ton 40 scores 60. Or more.
I think what's really interesting for certainly the people listening, this is the the 300th game for Mike Warburton in the MODUS Super Series.
100.
300 is not ideal for him. At 3-0 down, that's for sure. And Conor had his 150th game yesterday as well. So sort of been a momentous moment for both of them, and that's quality, you know, to get 300 matches in this whole process here. But the results sort of letting him down right now.
46.
He needs something, Mike, right now. He can't rely on Conor scoring 46 all the time. He needs to get them scoring boots, turn them hundreds into 140s. That's exactly what he's just done there. I know it's that old adage of one leg at a time, but when you're 3-0 down, that's all you can do. You can't start thinking if. Just focus on the next 3 darts. Perfect. You might use the 25s again to leave that 96
85.
we talked about. But when you're 3-0 down, you're not thinking as much. Sort of panic sets in, you know, your mind's elsewhere all of a sudden, 92. Thinking, what's happening? I've gone from top and all of a sudden I'm going to lose 2 in a row. You're battling with yourself. Another 16. Can he get the tops this time? He went under last time.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward line.
He just floated that in there. He needed that without stating the obvious. He needed a catalyst. He needed something to get him back in this game.
Conor to throw first. Game on.
Conor's got the dart in 2 of the last 3 legs. No matter what happens, it's still a tough task for Mike.
96.
I wonder what the rest of the group would make
60.
of a Conor Heneghan win.
Cover shooting of Conor, he's been the best out of the 6 players this week. That treble 90 has been very kind to him. He looks really solid in that area of the board.
60.
Just look at the way them darts are sat up there, just inviting a full house.
180.
That's 4 180s of the day. Conor to go to complement his 6. Yes, that's 10 180s already this week.
85. Conor, you require 106.
And he looks a heavy favourite right now, especially after that dart. And he's going to use the top route. The battle of the 86. Big guns. The top of the table clash, and it's looking a bit of a one-sided affair right now. Mike needs help.
55.
Warburton looked as if he was going 20. To build a gap at the top of the group, but he now sees himself in second place as Conor Heneghan secures a 4-1 win against the man who is at the summit of the league table. Conor Heneghan goes top of Group A, picking up a crucial 2 points against Mike Warburton. And perhaps what may also be crucial in the running as well is the fact that he won that game by 4 legs to 1, severely denting Warburton's legs difference. A 95 average is what won it for Henahan today. He got a 96 average in the win yesterday, so he's playing his best darts against Warburton. 2 maximums, 4 from 8 on the doubles. That 116 being the only checkout Mike Warburton got in the game, the highest of the match. So a big 2 points for Conor Heneghan. A big match coming up for Mrs. Vincent and Labre. We'll see them toe the hockey after this short break.
Henahan hits the front here at the MODUS Super Series after mastering Mike Warburton for the second successive day. A very convincing win for Conor Heneghan as well. Fabulous stuff from him. A 4-1 success over his fellow table topper ahead of that fixture. 95.83 the average, 50% on the checkouts. Brilliant stuff from Henahan to move clear at the top of the Group A table. And we can take a look at that table now to see that Conor is clear by 2 points ahead of Warburton. He has a 4-point buffer to Lisa Ashton, but of course her and the other 3 players in the group all still have a game in hand, including the next 2 to play. It is Vincent against Jacques Labre in this next match. The pair of them have had differing days so far today. Vincent has a win and a loss, and that victory was, well, the start of the turnaround for Mike Warburton, because Vincent took out that 101 and then this brilliant 1-2-2 to beat Warburton in what was then a bottom against top encounter. So a very, very good victory for Vincent there. And when this pair met yesterday, it also went the way of Jacques Vincent, landing double 10 to take out the 60 after inadvertently hitting tops in that combo, but a 4-2 win for Vincent in the previous meeting. So let's get this game on then. Will it be Jacques or Jack jumping for joy and indeed up the table at the end of this one? We'll find out with your commentary team, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Murph. Big game you sense this for Jacques Labre. He loses this, he's at risk of being cut adrift at the bottom of the Group A table. He takes on Jacques Vincent, who can move himself onto 8 points with victory here. We put him within 4 of Conor Heneghan at the top of the table. And alongside me to give his opinions, that's why he's here, it's Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, Jacques is, I was just beginning to see signs when he was 2-0 up in his last game against Andreas that maybe he's settled. So yeah, I think he's finding it really tough. It could be a really long week for him if he loses this game here. I think Jacques is on, just beat Mike Warburton, so he'd be really, really happy with himself. 2 really different debutants in a sense that Jacques just soaking up everything and seeing the positives from everything that's going on, whereas Jacques, I think, is more seeing the negatives right now. And saying if I was a betting man, I think I'd have me money on JV.
If there was a glass of water on the table which had only half of its contents in, Jacques would probably say it was half full. Jacques would probably say it's half empty.
Exactly.
Although it's been quite nice and amicable in the commentary box today, not like on other broadcasts where fellow colleagues are swinging punches at each other.
I was wondering why Roy Keane was trending.
58.
He's there to give his opinions, Glenn.
Absolutely. I'll start saying that to you if you start bullying me.
100.
Yeah, I think Jacques Vincent's going to go home this week. No matter what happens, is taking all the positives. It's great to see.
95.
But I'd also love to see Jacques just, get rid of all that tension, anxiety and concerns, and just, I can see him shaking his head behind him there.
97.
Just go and enjoy it. Just let them darts flow. When I looked at his CV coming into this, you don't win challenge tours
44.
unless you can
Jacques
throw a mean
120.
dart. And I guess he was my outsider of the week, really, going into it. And if anything, Jacques Vincent was the guy who I thought will just be here for the experience, but he's
62.
Really
Jacques require 164.
Another. I mean, that would have been ironic if he took the 164 out on 2 treble 19.
Exactly the words I was going to use there after
58.
everything we talked about. But 58, just don't miss the big 18. Your tendency just already starts thinking of the double top. But that's plumb in the middle there. Just go above the treble ideal and just follow that dart in.
Yeah, that's game short in the first
Absolutely
lap.
perfect.
Jacques Vincent.
Darts is not easy when you keep it nice and simple.
Second
It's an easy
leg
game.
is Jacques
Make sure you hit the
first.
double before your
Game
opponent and you'll be okay.
But for that, it's all about that big fat 18. You know, it frustrates me that you kind of already start thinking of that double top.
100.
And for Jacques, that's the kind of area of the board I like to see him just above that treble 20. He seems to follow that second dart after that. Perfect.
So I suppose it's
60.
the equivalent of a relay runner who's running last, looking at the finishing line before the baton's even been handed to them.
Absolutely. Just a nice, smooth follow through.
140.
It's just great that these young lads are getting these opportunities
59.
now. And that's what I love about the MODUS Super Series. You know, we're getting some of the most established players who've ever thrown a dart. You know, Martin Adams, you know, Robert Thornton, Jim McHugh, and all these experienced guys who
100.
have done phenomenal in the MODUS Super Series. But what's even better, you know, then you get the cosmopolitan side of things with Swedes, Finnish, Dutch, Belgians, you know, and then there's the young
59.
players as well. So there's a fantastic balance of players each week.
Jacques Labre 161.
And the ladies are getting an opportunity as well now. So all goes well for MODUS Super Series moving forward.
And I can tell you there is a number of players from around the world taking part in this
65.
before the World Championships. Just as a little tease to you all. Jacques tees us to this 96 to
100.
level us
Jacques
up.
Labre 96.
Vincent yet to get his scoring boots on as of yet, but this is 2 level up for the Frenchman. 81 remaining, so treble 19 or treble 15, but treble 19 is the route for double 12.
72.
He's absolutely lethal on that treble 19, but he just doesn't use it. Jack's hoping more than anything now you've got to... There's nothing going to be happening from me, but you're already thinking of the next leg now.
Jacques Labre 24.
Jack's just not to mess about here. Just sink that. That's a lovely dart to follow through.
Yeah, that's game
You felt like
short
he
in the
couldn't miss
second
that
leg.
second dart
Jacques
there, didn't you?
Labre.
So he's back in this match now at 1-1. It's still on Jack's throat.
Third leg is Jacques to throw first. Game on.
I had a feeling this would be a tight affair. And it could go all the way this game, but this is a lovely start to this leg.
120.
I think that was a full house.
120 floor. And if you like fast-paced sport, the MODUS Super Series most definitely is the place to be. Every single game,
97.
bar one, has been played in less time than the injury time that was allotted in the first half of the game between England and Iran yesterday. So if you want fast-paced sport where there's always action, the Super Series
60.
is the place to be. And you can join us on a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge by heading over to dartshot.tv to claim your free tickets for that occasion every single Saturday night to watch darts just like that.
180.
And you might even get the opportunity to meet Henry as well in person. He will do autographs.
We want people to be here, Glenn.
He was charging people in the pub last night for autographs.
59.
I must admit, I was getting dragged from pillar to post at times in the pub last night. There was one guy who was beginning to scare me.
Wasn't that Paul Starr?
60.
I think, what was his name? Paul Starr. I ended up buying him a kebab as well, honestly, just to get rid of him.
Did he tell you about his catchphrase?
Hang on, let me think about it this time. Yeah, I've got it. It's tungsten time.
45. Jacques Labre 164.
Jacques Labre wants 164 to break the throw, go 2-1 up.
43.
You just felt Jack Vincent was taking control after the first leg, but he's gone very, very quiet after that opening 140 in this leg. He needs to get his scoring boots back on because this is a game he can win, and that's where he's at his best, just there.
100.
Just them 3
Jacques
darts there.
Labre 121.
A big 1-2-1 finish, so it will be treble 21st dart. Just sliding in away from there.
89.
It's a lovely last dart.
Jacques Labre 117.
So all of a sudden, this 117 looks like a good finish too. A must hit now. Treble 19. And treble 18.
81.
Using the board there, but it's all about Jacques.
32.
32. Can he get his campaign back up and running? A lot of shoulder in that dart.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
That's what it's all about, Jacques. Just keep it nice and simple. That beautiful follow-through that you've got, nice and smooth, nice and relaxed.
Fourth leg is Jacques to throw first.
Just enjoy the experience. He's taking control of this game now with that break. With the darts now, just keep it simple.
As you mentioned, this is a big game for
36.
Jacques.
And that's frustrating. You get the darts, and then you open up with 36.
98.
JV seems to be opening the legs very well, and then the next sort of 6 or 9 darts have been sort of his issue.
85.
So he just needs to follow up at 98. Looks very determined there, doesn't he? Deserves a treble there. 100. He does. There were 3 well-thrown darts.
Is there a case there where perhaps there might be times where he's trying too hard?
Yeah, it's all about balance. You know, it's all just finding that balance. But people who have to work on the throw, you know, if you watch a Michael Smith, they don't need
60.
to work too hard. It's just pure rhythm. You know, you stand behind a Michael Smith and think it's not fair. But someone like Jacques, who's worked so hard on his throw, you know, focus is key for him and determination is key.
57.
And that's where I'd like to see the treble 19.
60.
There's that demeanour issue I'm talked about and repeating myself a little bit. But Jack will be looking at that thinking, well, he's not happy with himself, so come on, give me a 1, 3, 4.
56.
The game needed something. Jacques needed something. And that 180 is exactly what the doctor ordered, yet he's still shaking his head.
I reckon we could offer him the winning lottery ticket tonight, and I think he'd still shake his head.
I think he has such high expectations that he's not meeting those expectations right now. But like I said, it's only still early in this competition.
40. Jacques, you require 130.
And the thing with the 130 finish, you just need the 1 treble. So it's just all about just sitting this first. That's not the end of the world. That it. Treble 18.
58. Jacques, you require
big
40.
opportunity for Jacques here. You have to take this.
Yeah, that's game
That's
short.
so much better, that finish there, that double 10. And this is the calibre he's got. You know, this is, I think, part of the problem with him this week is I think he expected to come as this Challenge Tour winner, this Europe Cup, you know, and come here and play his best darts. You know, that transition from the floor to the stage can be really tough. And whereas Jack's loving every moment of whether 83. It's positive or negative, Jacques is just really berating himself and beating himself up along the way.
I'm really intrigued to see how, when this group ends and if he doesn't
57.
qualify through Group A, how he resets on Thursday morning for the next group where everyone will be back on 0.
That's a good point, and I touched on that earlier, that it could become a long week for him.
100.
When in reality, you should be thinking, right, I've got the experience of that stage now. We're starting from 0-0 again. You know, I'm going to really show my best now.
Now he should switch. He switches.
59.
And I was going to say, watch him hit a big fat 3. That's why I stayed quiet. It's a beautiful dart, that for Jack. 140, please.
140.
The game's there for him. I think when he looks back, it's the inconsistencies more than anything, but he's really strong. Just where Jacques is right now, just above.
100.
Both of them are actually. I think sometimes when they're trying too hard and they're dipping low. 138 would be nice here.
138.
And 138 leaving him on tops after 12 to bring it back to 3-2. I'm glad he didn't go for the max.
55. Jack, you require 40.
I've seen that before.
So for 3-2. Double 10. He has the luxury of time.
Yeah, that's game
Doesn't
short
need
in the
time.
fifth flag. Jack
It's a second
Vincent.
time of asking, but Jacques Labre now has the darts to complete a 4-2 victory, which should keep him in touch in the group, and moving on to 6 points level with Vincent, Harrysson and Ashton. 4 points behind Warburton in second, but 6 points behind Conor Heneghan. And I don't know about you guys, even at this halfway stage, it looks as if it's going to be possibly a 2-horse race to win this group.
Well, we said that this morning, but then when Jack beat Mike
140.
Warburton, I think that put a real spanner in the works. But I think that Lisa really had the opportunity of beating Conor, and it could have been all so different then. I'm just keeping my eyes on Andreas at the moment.
140.
He seems to be the front runner right now.
$140.
Power scoring here from JV. And just looking at the scores, you know, it's advantage to JV on the 100 scoring with 7. But in the 180 stakes, it is Jacques with 2 in this game. But 50% for JV on the doubles and 3 from 8 from Jacques.
139.
All of a sudden, JV has sort of woken up here. And this would be a breaker throw. He's found something from somewhere,
85.
Henry.
Jack, you require 82.
I don't know whether he's a Drake fan, but he's suddenly flicked a switch and he could be back level at 3 apiece. He's going to have 1 dart.
42.
Well, he's going to have
Jacques,
the chance when he
150.
returns. 4 tops, Labre 150 to win the match in style. Another one of them.
$80. Jack, you require 40.
This would make Jack favourite for the actual match if this goes in. I'd like to see him just go 20, drops it low. I don't like, but he's been pretty ruthless on that double 10. Double 5's been a good double for all players this weekend.
In the 6th flag. Jack Vincent.
And once again, that double 5 is so favourite. Every single player who seems to be going for that, I think it's a little bit bigger than the rest of the doubles, but it's exciting.
Seventh and final
it's 3-3.
Jack to throw
It's
first.
an important leg for
Game
both
on.
players here. But the biggest point of all, it's JV's darts. Can he get off with a ton?
58.
Chance for Jacques, who's at the hockey very, very quickly there. He's itching to get started here. And it's on this occasion, I'd love to see him just play with that treble 19 a little bit.
60.
To be fair, that's very unlucky. Tight match. Tight match.
Vincent has found it when it's mattered. He's turned the screw in this match.
I worry about the implications here if Labre loses this game. He's going to be a little bit adrift at the bottom there.
140.
But he's still fighting.
$100.
That's absolutely fine.
$100.
I mean, the averages are nothing to write home about. It's just been a very, very tough contest, but both averaging 83. It's just been match play at its finest. Best of 7
44.
finest, but that was a stinker of a last start for Jack there.
He had to move across to the 18s to leave himself on a finish. But by missing the segment altogether, it hands Labre 6 darts from 201. I guess where he's left himself is the Warburton, the 141.
The Warburton, that would bring in the door. He wants a titter
41.
of the action.
Jacques, you require 141.
I would use bullseye here.
97.
So
Jack, you
good
require
there.
137.
I remember beating James Wade with this finish at Blackpool. Treble treble 19, tops, tops.
31.
That's frustrating for
Jacques
Jack. His last 9 darts, 44, 41, 31. Meaning for a 4-3 win and get it.
Game.
And that's the way to do it,
Jack.
Jack. That's much better. See the positives from that game, Jack. 4-3 win over Jack Vincent. It takes him off the bottom of the pile. Look at the positives. 44% on the checkouts. 2 180s. And next up we have the in-form Andreas Harrysson against Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is lift-off for Labre, the Frenchman, off the foot of the Group A table after beating Jacques Vincent, the man who he leapfrogs. It was a 4-3 win for Labre in that one. Nothing to really get excited about in the averages, but the finishing was decent from the pair of them. 4 out of 9 from Labre as he moved up the table and bunched up the table as well. As you can see, 4 players all on 6 points, with Mike Warburton on 10 and Conor Heneghan having beaten Warburton in the previous match on 12 at the top. But Lisa Ashton and Andreas Harrysson, well, they're both bunched right in the middle, and they are going to play in the next game. The story so far for the pair is back-to-back wins for Andreas Harrysson, but a win and a loss for Lisa Ashton. She beat Jacques Vincent 4-0, but despite that 120 checkout, she did lose her next match against Conor Heneghan. When the pair met yesterday, it went the way of Andreas Harrysson, 6-6 to defeat Lisa, and he has had 2 wins from 2 so far today. Glenn Durrant, I've got to give him credit, did say expected a run from the Swede, and we're getting one, aren't we? Really good stuff from Andreas Harrysson. Will it be him who becomes the best of the rest, or will Lisa Ashton hold on to that mantle and keep herself in contention for topping the table at the end of tomorrow? Remember, 1 place up for grabs at finals night from this group. So, as I said, it is back-to-back wins today for the Super Swede, Andreas Harrysson. Can he carry on his quest for a clean sweep? The man nicknamed Dirty Harrysson, of course, with another win against Lisa Ashton. Let's find out with Henry and Glenn.
I'm sorry, Henry, can you pick me up? I'm on the floor here. I've just had a compliment of Chris Murphy. Did he say something nice, or did he mean to say Henry?
It was definitely you, not me.
A compliment. I'm going to bring him some baubles. That's what I'm going to do. Some shiny baubles. It might be a bit of a mid-table clash, this. Someone would sort of cement a third place here. Lisa will be super frustrated from that last game. I had a feeling she was better than Conor throughout that match, and just a 16% average on a finish and was the real deciding factor. And I know Conor was pretty chuffed to get through that game there. Whereas Andreas is just doing what Andreas does, and for me, he looks the strongest player of the day so far, without looking and studying averages, etc.
First leg,
just like
it's
what I
Andreas
see
to
about
throw
him.
first. Game on.
This could be a great, great game.
Sometimes with
60.
watching darts, seeing can actually be deceiving. Stats are only a guide, but they're guiding itself in the right
100.
direction as far as Andreas Harrysson is concerned.
$140.
I must admit, I didn't realise what a big scorer Andreas was. I mean, obviously, I met the guy at the Swedish Open. I think was the first time I met him, and
59.
seen him at various World Cups, etc. I don't remember him being such a big scorer. And whether that's a change of dart or something, because they're quite bulbous at the
100.
top and they sort of taper into a thinner dart. But the way they fly, his scoring's been great. If you could just complement that with better finish around the doubles,
93.
he could be a force to reckon with this week.
Because I suppose if you look at his angle of entry, he's got a star where he can stack.
81.
Yeah, follow through sort of a bit like Barney's. He's got the height as well. He's a tall guy. But yeah, he's been pretty very impressive
99.
on that. And he's going to need to score well to beat some of the calibre of Lisa Ashton.
$38. Lisa, you require 150.
I know my nephew Jamie Durrant is watching at the moment. He's itching to get
58.
back here.
Andreas, you require
I'm sure the talent he's got,
82.
he needs to after getting a £1,113 MOT bill today. I'm not laughing really.
Well, that double 17 means that Andreas Harrisson's left back on 23. And just a little chuckle to himself there as
66.
strays into the lesser spotted double 17.
He does like a chuckle, doesn't he?
Lisa, you require 92.
What do you think? Treble 21st? Old school route. Bull.
67.
I went all
Andreas,
Alan
you
Warner there,
require
didn't
16. Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
I think
Andreas
he's smiling.
Harrysson.
That beard's unbelievable, isn't it?
Second leg is Lisa to throw first.
Would you condition it?
I think I'd put it on my head. I think I'd get some glue. Put it on my head.
45.
Andreas with a fringe. Character. Sat with him last night. Just sat there. Didn't say a word all night, did he?
60.
He didn't say a word all night and still got the same amount of right answers as you in the quiz, Henry.
140.
Everyone can contribute something. I should have contributed silence.
I thought you said science. I was going to say you were rubbish at that too. Actually, I did take a wrong answer out at the end. Was it the writer, wasn't it?
It was it the Lisbon one where you
Portugal.
It was Portugal, but you've clicked L for Lisbon.
We actually got it right, but
100.
yeah, it was Marble and Marco. Who shot JR? That was a good one. Did you see Paul Starr run? Yeah, began with a K. That's all I remember.
60.
The Piers Morgan one I got right was, that was my contribution to the evening. Not really that it should be a contribution, but
95.
It was that rubbish Coldplay one. I think Owen Binks did something, didn't he, as well? That's the only time he moved all night.
I think Owen Binks ran around the venue.
137. Andreas, you require
Lovely
146.
setup from Lise. I think I'd have stayed upstairs there. So 146. So many players are using the treble 19 in this route now. So I put some pressure on Lisa's. That certainly puts pressure on Lisa's 60 now.
Lisa, you require 60.
But Lisa's needs to get her run back up and running now. So a big straight one, that's not ideal. Just sits above it, double 10.
50. Andreas, you require 32.
See the frustration. You don't need commentary there. You can see exactly how she feels. And the way Andreas is playing, you don't expect him to miss that 32. And he certainly doesn't. And as a player like Lisa now, you're feeling, oh, God, it should be 1-1 now.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw
back
first.
in this match. And this is a roles reversal for Andreas, because everything he tried yesterday, he got no joy, and he was punished every time. And it just shows you the character of the guy who's come back today. And for me, looks the best player in the competition right now.
And that is why we call Tuesday Moving Day.
140.
For that exact reason.
I thought I was moving from the house to the hotel when you told me yesterday.
100.
He just looks composed. I think that's the word I'm going to use for Andreas Harrysson now. I'm not sure I was ever going to use that word about him.
26.
He's not the spellbinding, enigmatic player. You know, when you look at him, you think he's going to be full of character. But like many of the Scandinavians, they don't give much away. And
100.
he's exactly that type of player, but he's really shown some skill here. I thought this was going to be, this had 4-3 written all over it. But right now it looks like it's
81.
It's totally in Andreas' hands.
And he has just sneaked up from right under the radar at the bottom of the table. And if he wins this game, he'll move up to third
59.
after 8 matches. He'll be 2 behind Warburton, 4 behind Henahan. And so will keep himself handily placed and ready to pounce if
58.
there is mistakes above him.
Require 157.
So 157 here with 3-0 lead in next to no time at all. Still on treble 19. Gives himself a dart at tots for 157. Just underneath.
I think we both fancied that there, didn't we? I'm going to take Andreas home with me, put him a big red suit on and show me grandson that Father Christmas is here.
Andreas, you require 20.
Double 10 for Santa Claus. Nice marker. Nobody misses double 5.
15. Lisa, you require 96.
The 1-4-1 or 96 finish that we've seen so many times this week, and so many times people have done that. The horrid double 9.
That's game short.
It's not so horrible to Lisa. Ashton, she's back in this match. It's 2-1 Harrysson.
Brings the game back on foot, courtesy of that 18 dart leg. 2-1 Ashton with the darts
Lisa to throw first.
in the fourth. And
anyone watching yesterday will see that pretty much sums up Andreas' day yesterday.
55.
Chances and darts at a double, and then punished by the opponent. You'll be hoping that trend doesn't continue today after that.
59.
But to keep with the Coldplay theme, Andreas has found that higher power today in terms of the scoring. The finishing stats
60.
are much better today. It was around about 24% yesterday. In this game, as an example, 33%. You look at his other matches so far today. 4 from 11 in the 4-1 win against Henahan. 4 from 9 in the 4-2 success against Jacques Labre.
$55.
And Lisa's done so much for ladies dart. It's great to see that there'll be 3 ladies in the Ali Pali World Championships this year. Who would have thought that a couple of years ago?
The game's evolving and evolving for the better, and the opportunities are there and deservedly there as well.
That world's, that women's series next year. They're now playing for money where it's a living wage as well as a hobby for some of these ladies, and I couldn't be happier for them. And this lady finished top this year with the amazing Bo Greaves. Was it 12 competitions, and she won all 12 to finish?
Something like I think it was 8 in a
Was it
row.
eight?
One saying, like,
Was
was
it?
it 50 matches consecutively or beyond that?
And when you think you've got the Lisas, the
138.
the Fallons, the Eileens, the Dieters, Lorraines and all them playing against, that's some feat that bordered.
85. Andreas, you
I'm
require
at the World
52.
Qualifiers on Monday myself, and if I do surprisingly get through tops, Andreas, that's on the wire.
12. Lisa, you require 150.
Great camera angle there, just to sort of show you the type of angle that Dirty Harrysson had there. It was a tough one. 150, that's on double 15.
120.
Incredible. Andreas has got to believe that this double top, because he cannot get back to that trend again of missing doubles and people punishing you. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game short
Right
in the forward
in
line.
the middle.
Andreas Harrysson.
3-1. A huge sigh of relief for him. Will that double 15 come back and haunt Lisa?
Fifth leg, it's Andreas.
Andreas's heart must have been in his mouth at that particular moment in time. That would have been a game changer. There's no doubt about that. But he sees off the double 15 and he leads 3-1, a leg away from victory. And he just looks so assured, I'd say, as he gets a 41.
80.
Yeah, Andreas, as much as he had a bit of a stinker yesterday, he did win this game 4-2 against Lisa, so he is looking for the double here. Surprising second out there. That first one really suited him, but
125.
he'd be very happy with the 125, that's for sure.
Lisa will be more than happy with that. The first max of the match, and it could be so timely for her.
And a first match of the first 180 of the day as well for Lisa.
190.
But that is a sign of a champion, to respond to the 180 with a 180 of your own. What's happened?
180. Andreas, you require 155.
Give us another 180. Oh no, the bust.
I'll tell you what, Lisa had to sprint back there because
83.
that was dangling.
Lisa, you require 61.
Well, 61 for a potential 11 data to save the match. It may have to go with Harrysson back on
that's
72. And there you go.
Lisa Ashton.
11 dart leg for Lisa Ashton. 3 maximums in that leg. A superb flurry of darts there. And it is back to 3-2. Ashton with the darts to take us to a decider. This is hotting up quite nicely, Glenn.
What happened? That came from absolute nowhere, and that's what champions do.
Lit up the blue touch paper.
83.
It was 4-2 yesterday. Are we going to get the same result again today? But at this moment, it's Lisa's throw, and she's doing everything she needs to. The 200s.
82.
You have the feeling this is going to go all the way now, don't you?
100.
And any dart player just loves to hear 100, 100, 100, 201 after 9. There's just something very satisfying about scoring hundreds like that.
100.
Could we see the 96 finish again? No.
63.
It's very similar to Jacques Vincent. He was his setup play was what he'll be thinking about now. I just had a feeling there that
85.
Lisa, but it
Lisa,
wasn't
you
punished too
require
much there by Andreas.
138.
138. You would like to think you've still got 6 darts at this point. Does she need it? Double 9 with a 138.
129. Andreas,
She's scared the
you require
150. She's now
151.
scared the 138. Harrysson can get it done with the 151, but not on this occasion. And so Ashton will return to take us the distance. And if it does go to his 7th leg, it is by far the
91.
biggest leg
Lisa, you
of
require
both players'
9.
days. So Ashton here wanting 9 to take us all the way. Double 4 and now double 2.
7.
But it doesn't go. And Harrisson's back.
Andreas, you
And this will put him on to 8
60.
points. 2 behind Warburton in second. And to keep himself in with a fighter's chance of winning Group A,
40.
but it doesn't go.
Lisa, you require 2.
It's all got a little scrapping out, but she's just got to focus. That's a perfect marker.
Yeah, that's game short in the
First
6th
dart
lap.
was the secret in
Lisa
that one.
Ashton.
Just go a little bit big and then just follow in. The ingredients of this game, we both said off air,
7th and
we fancied
final leg.
either way this is
Andreas
going to
to
go
throw
4-3.
first. Game on.
They're both fighting for 3rd place, so it's all the 3s here so far.
Great start for Andreas, forcing Lisa out from the very first throw.
Yeah, that does put the pressure on you. You know, when you're stood behind a 3-3, you don't want to hear that. But champions, they fight back, they don't worry, and that last start there keeps Lisa in this. I do love the way he sits that dart just above that first one under the treble. It's a real strength. That's that perfect, that first start.
140.
Exciting match. Both averaging mid-80s. Both scoring really well all of a sudden. Another maximum, second of the match. They both got 4 maximums in this match. 2 apiece. You have the feeling that Lisa needs to do something very, very similar.
100.
A lovely leg of darts from both players.
87.
84 remaining. And of course for the treble 16.
71. Lisa, you
Nice to see people using that treble 16 and 84. Especially the way he likes that double 18. What a finish this could be.
99. Andreas, you require 16.
Before the game, he would have took this double 8 for the match. But with Lisa sat on 62, that double 8 will be getting smaller and smaller. But
shot,
what a win for
Andreas
3 out
Harrysson.
of 3 for Andreas on the day. He looks very, very happy with his day's work already. A tough, tough encounter against the amazing Lisa Ashton. But it's Andreas who comes out with the victory there, 4-3, 87.44 average. Job done. He'd be very, very happy with himself right now. Next up, we've got Vincent and Conor Heneghan.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And the quest continues to make it through to Champions Week. A dozen darters in action each week trying to get there first. They've got to get to finals night, and you could be at finals night on Saturday as well. Tickets available for free via dartshop.tv. But in this group, it's getting very, very interesting for a certain Swede. Andreas Harrysson has just got the better of Lisa Ashton, 4-3 in that previous match. Great standard, great middle of the match as well. Lisa Ashton with a defiant 11 darter to stay in it at 3-2. 3 180s in that leg, the pair of them sharing 4 in the entire match, but Harrysson put in a fantastic leg in the end to get over the line and carry on his perfect record so far today. He's the man who's making moves on so-called moving day here at the Super Series. He's climbing up the league ladder and is now ahead of Lisa Ashton in third place, 2 points behind Mike Warburton in second, and Conor Heneghan sits at the top of the tungsten tree. He's in action next against bottom-placed Jack Vincent. Vincent has form for beating top of the table, did it to Mike Warburton earlier today. But the day has seen Vincent, that win, sandwiched between 2 defeats. The most recent, the one you just saw there, against Jacques Labre, who beat him 4-3. And Conor Heneghan also got the better of his opponent in this fixture yesterday, taking out that 1-4-1, one of 4 three-figure finishers for the Irishman yesterday. So let's find out if Conor can go back-to-back against Jack.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, big game coming up for Conor Heneghan, and he'll know the situation from here on in. After getting that victory last time out against Mike Warburton, every single time he plays, he is continuing to put the pressure on those directly below him.
Yeah, I think Conor will have watched the game between Mike and Jack, and probably, and without any disrespect to Jack, be thinking this is a real opportunity. You know, and JV done a job on Mike, so Conor will be very wary that he needs to be focused right the way through. But I think he'll also be focused on the fact that he's top of the table. He can really put some daylight between the next people and really start making his mark for Saturday night. And everything's in his hands right now. Yeah, he'll be feeling really good, but he won't be taking Jack for granted, that's for sure.
First leg is Jack.
Last time Conor was here,
came on.
He led overnight going into the Wednesday in Group A, and he looked imperious on the Tuesday, but didn't manage to go on and make it through to the finals from that group. And
58.
when you've had that experience going, can that at this moment potentially begin to lurk in the back of the mind?
You do get thinkers in darts, you know, and
59.
you're talking to one right now. You know, if you do overthink certain things, and people love stats, and people will look at experiences and that. I mean, he shouldn't be. You know what he should be doing is thinking that's not going to happen again. But you know, I saw it for myself with the Nathan Gavin last time. You know, top of the table after the Monday. You're only looking at one winner, and I think if memory serves me right, he actually finished bottom of the group. So that's the
42.
absolute beauty of this MODUS Super Series, and you know, so he'd be using experiences there, but and like I said, he would just be focusing on each leg right now. That's the way to do it.
98.
Well, he started extremely slowly here. Scores are 59 and 42, but that's the dart which is best for him. That little flick he has on the point of release. If he just gets that timing right, the way his darts sit up, it looks like there's a real good balance in that tungsten for him. And it looks a longer stem than what a lot of people
41.
use. It really suits the way he plays.
$45.
There's some facial movements there as well when he's thrown. I'm sure he went boom or something like that.
100.
It's classy darts. Conor will need to set this up and put some pressure on that 104. Will he leave the big fish?
30. Jack, you require 104.
If there has been a negative, Henry, today about Conor's game, he is slicing them darts into the 5, and that's something I don't know if he's aware of right now. So if he's staying where he is now, he wants 64.
56.
That's a nice 2-dart combination finish with Conor a long, long way back.
42.
Steady
Jack, you require
so
48.
far from Vincent, if not spectacular as of yet, but this 48 would open up a 1-0 lead for him. 2 darts at tops to do so, and he only needs the 1. And so Jack Vincent takes the opening rubber of this one against Conor Heneghan, but we're just waiting for the fuse to be lit in this particular match.
Yeah, that 48 there, I think he actually goes for the 16, but what you do is it's such a big target, an 8 or a 16, and it's a lovely feeling that when it does go in the 8 and then you ping the tops and casually go and get your darts. But I have a good feeling there, double 16's the route he likes to go. But that is the way to take 48. Just aim for that 60. Wire in between the 8 and the 16. Expect to... Oh, he's going down with his last.
99.
A mediocre start for both players, really.
96.
This is like watching Glenn Durrant on the Pro Tour at the moment.
93.
A lovely shot that is, isn't it? And I'm getting messages now saying, Glenn, try and get me in the MODUS Super Series. Well,
60.
Start winning tournaments, guys. Get yourself down to some ADC tournaments. There's a lovely pathway now to get you here. But you won't be disappointed. I want you all supporting Richie Parkin this week. He's been a stalwart in the Teesside area, and I want to hear plenty of messages from you all. I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Beautiful MODUS Live Lounge
43.
in Portsmouth.
Conor, you require 114.
Even a message off James Hurrell. You must be sat watching Show Henry some of your card tricks. Mush.
74.
Afternoon jammer.
I've even got a message off Paul Starr. Kebabs on me next time, Glenn.
58. Conor, you require 40. Yeah, that's
Well, the
game
tops
short in the
is what
second
Henahan
round.
wants,
Conor
and what
Heneghan.
Henahan gets to level us up at 1 apiece in that one.
Third leg is Jack to throw first. Game
How
on.
was your kebab?
It was delicious. Seriously, I mean, it was probably one of the most cleanest kebabs I've had. It was nice, cooked on coals. It was absolutely
58.
gorgeous. I told my wife I had a salad. I didn't tell her I had a kebab, but no grassing me up.
85.
Just me, you, and our friends listening around the world.
The
Glenn.
millions listening to us right now.
$100.
If only you could hear our production team right now.
95.
If the people around the world are watching, the players are ready. It's tungsten time.
81.
If you want your tungsten time t-shirts, 20 quid at any good clothes shops. Because they're bookshops.
95.
I'm sure the next time that you shop down at the Boss Man, it'll be down there.
Yeah. Another treble 18 will be his target
56.
here. This game is just probably all about just, I know it sounds a crazy statement, just about the 2 points because they're both really, really struggling here. I did not
78.
expect this. I really fancied a real big average from one of them. Jack just needs to get back to basics. That's where I like him, just there. And there, nothing wrong with them.
60.
3 good
Conor
darts,
require
no reward.
148.
And again, that drift into the single 5, coming back to catch out Conor.
I'd love to know if he's really aware of it. I hope he isn't.
116. Jack, you require 146.
Treble 19, possibly on this 146. Oh, looks like he's going upstairs. Treble 18.
110. Conor, you require 32. Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Conor Heneghan.
That's a break in 16 for Conor Heneghan, who's just showing some glimpses here. As he mentioned, it's not a game that's truly caught fire
Game on.
as of yet. And again, that drift into the 5.
85.
Covers it with the last dart, but it's becoming a real problem now for Henahan.
I think the whole competition's beginning to be a real problem for Jack now. He's desperate for something right now. And he won't be happy with that second dart. But the last dart, he's fighting. Like I said, I just love his attitude. But Conor's got that little bit of class. You just feel he's only in 3rd gear right at this moment. And potentially, like you said in your opening question, do you think he'd be thinking about the league table? You know, potentially he is, but you know, his average is going right up
96.
now.
140.
He seems to have hit a sweet spot right now. He's this is the Conor Heneghan we've been used to the past couple of days.
140. Conor, you require 130.
And there's a case there to start on the 18s in that visit, isn't there, for Jack?
Yeah, sometimes it's just the way you're feeling. He's 136 we've seen this week. A big 16.
96.
And it's advantage Conor right now, that's for sure. Yeah, that 308 is...
128. Conor, you require 40.
Tops for a 3-1 lead. Big dart.
Yeah, that's game short in the 4th leg. Conor Heneghan.
Look at the reaction there. You don't need any commentary. Just look at what he's doing. Punching his fist
5th
there.
leg is Jack to throw first.
Pure
Game
delight.
on.
He knows exactly what that double 10 means for this match.
It was almost a look of, come on now, Conor, sort it out. You've pulled yourself together, let's get over the line. It hasn't been pretty at times, but he is moving through the gears.
I did like that camera work behind.
85.
I did like that camera work behind the players as well. It's some fascinating shots this week. You know, the side view of the throws and the angle of you know, the way the darts are at the board there, just to give you a real true flavour of what it's like
100.
up there. I love that angle there, just to have a look. Very upright. He's got like a really punchy release, but his follow through is exactly what I'd want to see. He's pointing to that board at the end of it. Jack was telling me yesterday how much he's been working on his throw, purely because he's still growing. You know, he's had 58. To adapt his throw over the years. He's so upright. I'm just looking at his back leg. There's hardly any gap between his front leg and his back leg there. That back leg will give you real stability as well. And you see how far Jack goes back there. And you don't want to see too much body movement. His head just seems to be going forward with each dart all the time. If I was working with Jack, just to try and keep that head straight as much as possible. Just let that forearm and wrist do the work.
180.
Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Darts can be about timing. And now we've got Jimmy White going for the 147, Jack.
Where's the first dart going?
28.
Well, Conor Heneghan here 74. Wants 74 to really pile the pressure on the rest in the group. He can go 4 points clear if he can convert this double 16 for the match for a 4-1 win, and it will put him onto 14 points.
42.
But it doesn't go. Vincent gets another chance.
119.
And eyes will be on the prize here on the 19s. He can still do it. It's not the end of the word. Treble 20. Bullseye. What a finish that is. Well done, Jack Vincent. Absolutely amazing finish, especially after that first dart there. The second dart was sweet as a nut.
Six leg, it's gone to throw
right
first.
in that centre part of the board. It's game on.
Conor Heneghan has had 2 chances to win this match. They have both come and gone. How crucial
100.
will those darts at double 16 for a 4-1 win be at the end of play? Will it be academic, or will Jack Vincent use that as a springboard for a comeback?
96.
This is a sign of pure class.
180.
Pure class.
60.
He's an exciting talent. I've been really looking forward to seeing Conor play.
57.
Now you sense the game is in Henahan's grasp. 164 after 9.
60.
He's going to get at least 6 starts at it to seal a 4-2 win, to get over the line and to get himself onto 14 points. It would force Mike Warburton
57.
out to bat against Andreas Harrysson in our next match.
2 trebles minimum.
55. Conor, you require 107.
6 darts from 107 to really cement his place in at the top of the league here.
51.
He'd be okay with that. That leaves a 2-dart combo. Has to stay there. And again, it's not ideal, but he'll have to stay there.
60. Conor, you require 56.
Leaves the finish, but I don't think he'll be back. He's at 56. Conor to go on to 14 points in 2 darts.
And a match.
A thrilling performance at the end for Conor, especially after that unbelievable 119 finish from Jack. Conor, you can see him there. You can see the relief. He knows exactly the situation of where he's at now. A convincing win in the end. 4-2, 87.56. 2 180s. 44% on the finishing. But the highlight for me, 100% check out for JV. That 119 finish was absolutely sublime. Come back for another amazing game next. Mike Warburton versus Andreas Harrysson. See you soon.
Welcome back. Well, we're about to start the final third of matches here on Tuesday in Group A at the MODUS Super Series. Glenn Durrant has been commentating on the action with our very own H, Henry Deacon, and it is the two H's in the group, Henahan and Harrysson, that are producing the best stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, Conor, not surprised. Totally replicating what he did yesterday. He's opened up with a loss, but he's then come back with some really big victories, and he's just opened that little bit of a gap now where he'd be thinking of that first position now.
Yeah, and you can see there in his stats from that last match. I mean, you mentioned it in comms. He showed all the tungsten tenacity of someone who can go on and win this group.
Yeah, it was a very slow start from both. So to see his average there up to 87.56, you know, he's got that quality. He's got them gears that you need to be a real top-notch player, and I've been super impressed with him.
Yeah, really good stuff from Conor Heneghan. He is the man at the top of the Group A table, but there's another man who's making moves, and you called it, Glenn. Third place there, 3 wins from 3, Andreas Harrysson.
It's the only thing I've got right this week so far. It's commentator's curse at times, but he was classy yesterday. He just sort of peaked at the wrong time and missed vital doubles, and it's not really impressed with his scoring power. Like I said, if you'd have asked me at 9:30 this morning who's going to win this game, you know, there was only one answer for me, because I've sort of championed Mike Warburton as much as anybody. But for me, this is a real tough match for him.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Harrysson today. 3 from 3, including this win against Jacques Labre earlier on, 112 checkout in it. He's just shown some real resilience, hasn't he, and kicked on after a disappointing start. Remember, he was bottom of the table before things started. And
if you look what Labre was on there, 4-4, you know, that 1-1-2, they kill you. Yesterday, he was just dipping under the tops for that 1-1-2. You know, and millimetres can make all the difference in the world in this game, but he looks solid, and I'm really happy for him.
And you mentioned that Harrysson played well yesterday. Well, this is shown in the reverse fixture of the match we're about to see, because Mike Warburton defied 102 average to win this match.
Yeah, he's classy. Let me just look at that throw. I mean, I've talked an awful lot about it, and that 96 finish he leaves so many times, he's a very, very impressive man.
Right, so you said it'd be a different answer than what you would have given if I'd asked you at the start of the day. What is that answer now? Who wins?
Can I call a draw on this one? I'll stick my neck out. And I'll go for Andreas to continue with. I called that he possibly could do a 5 out of 5, so it might go against the grain of how I thought this morning, but I'll go for an Andreas victory.
A perfect day in prospect for Andreas Harrysson. Can he carry on the winning run, or will the Welshman Warburton return to winning ways? Let's find out.
Earlier on this morning, Mike Warburton made himself the man to beat in this group, getting out the gate with a 4-2 victory against Jacques Labre, twinned with Andreas Harrisson's win over Conor Heneghan. It looked as if he was going to be the man who was going to be the one for the rest to beat. Well, it hasn't quite turned out that way since. He's lost to Vincent by 4-2 since, and in the last battle at the top of the table against Conor Heneghan, he was on the wrong end of a 4-1 scoreline. The games do not get easier for Warby. He's now up against Andreas, who's won every single game so far today. He kicked off his campaign with that 4-1 win, as I mentioned, against Henahan, before then going on to claim a 4-2 success of a 95 average against Jacques Labre, and then in his previous game took on Lisa Ashton and won in a last league decider by 4-3. So what's going to give in this
first
one?
Leg, it's Michael
I wonder Marco
first.
Meyer is going to be the man that'll describe it all, will call the action, and calling all the shots alongside me is Glenn Durrant.
140.
Another huge battle here. Mike Warburton, who's on 2 losses after 3 big wins, compared to Andreas, who had a run of disappointment, but he's had 3 big wins to follow. So if you'd have asked me this morning who's going to win this game, I would have said Mike Warburton without any doubt. But the way Andreas has played today,
60.
I've just stuck my neck out, and I think Andreas can win this game, but an opening salvo of 24 would be a concern.
99.
If you're Conor Heneghan, are you rooting for an Andreas win here?
Yes.
100.
It's a short answer. I think that would make sense. You know, anyone, and especially what Mike can do. Mike can, you know, go and win his 2 remaining games today and win all 5 tomorrow. He's that good.
45.
For me, he's the class of the field. So yeah, I think if I was in his position, I'd be wanting Andreas to win this game.
140.
It looks like only one winner for the moment.
$180.
Been talking about the scoring and prowess upstairs of Andreas. That's one thing I'm surprised at this week. Double 18.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
14 darter opener. Absolutely perfection. That's hard to beat. That means that Andreas has got to win in 12 darts. So that's why I always say to people, on your darts, win in 15. That's what I see. I used to practice winning 15 on my own darts. I used to play the invisible man, win 15 in my own darts and break in 12. Best of 21. And then that's how I would finish every session I would practicing. Now I try to win with my darts in 27 darts and break in 30. But enough of my problems.
100.
When you do go out and practice, is it a personal thing based on how you finish it? Like some people like to finish with a ton plus out shot or finish with maximums, just like what Andreas is going to serve up here. That's his second of the match so far.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, with the coaching and everything, give people specific practice routines to do and start off with the warm-ups of bulls, 20s, 19s, 18s. Finishing is a huge part of it, so the doubles was always the most prolific part of my practice. But I used to always finish with a match, whether it was best of 5, 101, or best of 7 sets if I was going to a match play or a Ali Pali or something. So it would vary and depend on the competition I was going to. But yeah, don't just throw at the board. That's the worst thing you do. Always set yourself targets.
99. Andreas, you require 146.
A maximum from Andreas has set him up in this leg, so 146. This is the route that a lot of people use. Another one of them. That sets it up for
86.
That should leave 60 points, which it does. All Mike wants to do is just put that pressure on the 60. Give Andreas something to think
100.
about.
Andreas, you require 60.
I've said it many times, the hardest part is just the way, and that's not that great, but the way he throws a dart, remember,
that's game
he just sort of adjusts himself. For a lot of people,
Andreas
that
Harrysson.
First dart would be a bit of a stinker, really, but for him, he just sort of floats it above it. And it's 1-1.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Wonderful averages for the pair of them. I know it's early in the game. It's great to see. I know people just love to see
85.
averages these days.
The reason it's only 97 for Andreas was because the first couple of visits were a little bit sluggish considering the tempo
100
of this game. And actually, when you look at and you break things down, Titi probably the best players that are going toe-to-toe today, at least in this encounter. So perhaps it's
85.
not surprised we may be seeing some of the highest quality of the day in this particular matchup.
There's just no weak link in this 6. Every game that comes up is, we're calling it, up comes the big guns. We've got one of the real legends of darts in Lisa here, and it's a tough group, and it's only going to get tougher with the 6 players to come. The rest of the week, it's the winner on Saturday night will deserve and have to play very, very well. Personally, I can't wait.
140.
And if you're looking for a little outside bet, and Dirty Harrysson could be your man.
Remember, 18 plus and begambleaware.org, and when the fun stops, stop.
140. Andreas, you require 161.
So 161 for Harrysson.
That's a great
breaker throw.
Unbelievable bullseye for Harrysson.
120. Mike, you require 91.
Is he going to be aggressive, Henry, with the treble 17? Or is he going to go for the bullseye like Lisa did? He's gone aggressive and it's paid off. Tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the third.
Wonderful.
Mike Warburton.
Wonderful. I can't tell you the feeling of what you do. Andreas has just missed the okay to dart at the bull, but he's set him up nicely. Andreas is feeling good for a 2-1 lead. You want 91, which is, 4 in 10 times you're going to finish it. To do it in 2 darts, your stride to go and get your darts out. It's a lovely, lovely feeling.
14 data for Warburton to lead 2-1, averaging 104. All with throw thus far.
140.
I'm just going to talk you through this Warby throw next time. The secret to why it's so silky smooth.
100.
Just the way he prepares there. But just watch the second phase, the way he brings the dart back. And just that beautiful release, look. Nice and smooth, no stress.
60.
Silky, silky smooth. If you'd ever want to look at, you know, I mean, I thought Scott Williams' throw when here at the Modus was second to none, actually. You know, the Steve Beaton-esque, which must be my favourite throw of all time. Just keep it nice and simple. Look at that. Just look, just no stress, no effort. It's just all about timing.
100.
I think he was going to give us a song yesterday, wasn't he, Warby?
100.
Yeah, me and Warby shouldn't be left in a room together for a long time.
Maybe today's the day he's going to throw it back to us. Is that what he was going to sing?
105.
I don't believe that anybody's going to
require 161.
Let's stop this. Yeah. We'll have Mark come in again. 161 again. Yeah, not this time. And has Mike left 1-4 to 196?
45.
He certainly has.
Mike, you require 96.
He's been pretty formidable on this 96 as well. He seems to get this treble 20 as sweet as a nut. So does he go double-double? Double 8.
80. Andreas, you require 116.
That's his.
No, sorry, Henry, but the 116. This is where when it's your day, it's your day, and it's not there. He actually fancied that.
60. Mike, you require 16.
So for a 3-1 lead, the breaker throw. Double 8. 2-4, huge dart incoming.
Yeah, it has
Big moment, and Mike Warburton's up to the task. He breaks the throw of Andreas Harrysson. He leads 3-1, has the throw for the match for 2 crucial points. It'll put him within 2 of Conor Heneghan, and it would stop the advance of Andreas Harrysson on day 2 here at the Super Series. What a start it is as well, to a leg that, if he wins, secures the match.
Once again, loving the camera angles. That double
55.
4. How big was that? How sweet was that? That could just be the difference, Henry, between qualifying top for this group. You might just come back and look at that dart actually 43. Later on tomorrow.
We mentioned timing, didn't we, earlier on today? He was under huge pressure there. Andreas was back on 56 to square it back up at 2 apiece. Last dart in hand.
60.
They're the huge moments sometimes in this group.
Dirty Harrison must be thinking, what do I need to do to beat this guy? Yesterday I averaged over 102 against him and lost. And today I'm coming to you on the back of 3 big wins today.
60.
And he's looking second best throughout now. Perfect dart. Perfect. Fill it.
121. 60.
265. 19s. We'll stay there. One more time.
79.
Bit skew whiff on the last one. Another 19 would have left the big fish.
$60.
Still a chance for Andres here. 2 trebles would be nice.
$60.
But doesn't find the treble, and so
Mike, you require
Warburton here
138.
wants 138 for the match for a 4-1 win. The turning point being that break in the previous leg.
58. Andreas
Leads
Harrysson,
himself on the
126.
cusp. If Harrysson cannot take out this 126. Staying there, treble 19 will leave the bullseye. One dart at bull to save the match for Harrysson. Comes and goes,
80.
and so Warby returns for 80 for the match to put himself onto 12 points. 2 behind Conor Heneghan at the top of the table, and to halt Harryson's advance at the top end
Warburton.
of the table. It is a huge 2 points for Mike Warburton, who secures a 4-1 victory against Andreas Harrysson with an average of 91.06. Harrysson got the 2 maximums in the match, but it was the 4 from 7 on the doubles, which won it in the end for Mike Warburton. You can also see on that 140 plus graphic, 5 compared to 1. The power scoring was most certainly there for Warby. A high checkout as well of 91. And so Warburton wins again. It is 6 victories from 9 for him in the group. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's the final game of round 9. Lisa Ashton in action up against Jacques Labre.
Welcome back, and wow, what a win that was for Warburton before the break there, ending the Swedes' surge up the table, defeating Andreas Harrysson, his first loss of the day, Dirty Harrysson, and it was a thumping win in the end for Mike Warburton. But the standout moment, surely that 91 finish in the third leg after Harrysson had missed the bullseye for a 161 checkout. Not much in the averages, but that key moment turning the match in Mike's favour, and he went on to win it, hitting 4 out of 7 of his double attempts in the process. And you can see what that does to the league as Warburton just puts a little bit of distance between himself and Harrysson again. Remember, if Harrysson had have won that match, a pair would have been level, and Conor Heneghan would have been way clear at the top of the table, but instead Warburton hot on his heels once more after kind of rescuing his day that was faltering a little bit. Jack Vincent, bottom of the pile. Lisa Ashton and Jacques Labre, well, they're going to play in the next game, both with a game in hand, and one of them will join Andreas Harrysson on 8 points in the table. They've had Similar days so far. Lisa Ashton producing some wonderful stuff, but this one ended in defeat. It's a second 11-dart leg of the week, this. It came against Andreas Harrysson earlier on. Fantastic stuff from Lisa Ashton. Back-to-back 180s and then taking out the 61 in a couple of darts. Fabulous stuff from the Lancashire Rose. And she did win the reverse fixture between this pair yesterday when she met Jacques Labre. In fact, she hit 3 double-8 finishes to win the match. Eventually 4-3. If only they'd been there at the Grand Slam for her last week, it could have been a different story for Lisa Ashton, couldn't it? But she is now in warm-up mode, of course, for the World Championship. Interestingly, no French representation at that tournament. That's after Labre's fellow Frenchman, Thibaut Tricot, lost out in the final of the Southwest Europe qualifier to Jose Justicia. But that's to come in December. Lisa Ashton, as I said, warming up for that one and looking to win again against Labre today. Let's find out if she can in the company of Henry and Glenn.
Once again, great analysis there from Chris, doing a lot of our work there. I love that little sentence there, that Lisa is now in game mode. The focus will be thinking about Ali Pali already now. And, you know, to get this, I seen her messing about with her arm earlier because, you know, it's a lot of darts, but, the experience and just being here right now, you can't do that when you're practicing that at home. And I was sad to see that Thibaut lost in the final to Jose. Would have been great to see some French representation at Ali Pali. I think French dart is on the up. And clearly there's a few French people listening because I've had a few messages on Twitter there, maybe criticising me over me mentioning his counting or not using the treble 19s.
First leg is Jacques through first. Game on.
But I can only commentate on what I see. It's all constructive. And certainly no malice from my point of view.
60.
Is it something though more generically, maybe we brandish a lot of players who move over from soft tip with that same brush?
140.
I just see a very, very nice guy who's haven't wanted to chat with me, and if I'm going to give him a little bit of feedback, and only based on the fact
60.
that every time I've seen him go downstairs for the treble 19, he's been pretty prolific on it. But you can get a bit starry-eyed here at the MODUS Super League, MODUS Super Series,
100.
because, like I said, it's as professional as you can see that stage setup. And sometimes you don't always think like you are when you're just practicing at home. And he'll benefit from the experience of being here.
60.
And we're going to see him again throughout the week, and I think we're going to still see the best of him to come.
41.
I had to laugh at one line someone wrote to me. Leonard Gates, he is not. So I must have mentioned Leonard Gates at one point, did I? There's another one. A phenomenal scorer is Leonard, but and that might go to what you're saying about the soft tip. But only soft tip guys can certainly bang those 180s in, and that's another one there from Jacques. I think that's his third of the day.
100. Jacques Labre, 141.
Needed the 141 6 darts earlier. Well, it's not going to go on this occasion, so Ashton then has the opportunity, this 120, to break the throw in the opening leg.
120.
Reminder of the circumstances for the two. Both planted on 6 points.
100.
Both got 2 more games to go today.
20.
So can both, well, the victor here will have the opportunity to make it on to 10 points as Labre wants double 10 for the opening leg. Has to shuffle across towards his left, but
10.
Goes the other side of the wire, and so Ashton will return for that same target.
20.
I'm telling you, if he was on 14 points, that double 10 goes in. When you're down, double 5 again. How many times have we seen people hit this today?
Jacques 10.
He just looks as fed up. I think the pair of them look a little bit fed up. Come on, guys. And just follow that, Jacques.
Yeah, that's game short in the first
beautiful second
Jacques
half.
Labre.
I don't know if it's me, but has he changed his setup at the top there? I can't see. The flights look a little bit different there.
Second leg is Lisa
we talked about the Paris thing on the
on.
flight yesterday, didn't we? I'll have to look a little bit closer at that again.
We'll investigate.
60.
Oh, I think I can see the pattern there. No, I think that's a different flight, isn't it? It's a different setup. They're just pure white, aren't they?
100.
Oh, there's the pattern there.
80.
Lisa with her endorsed darts. A little bit more bulbous, aren't they? A little bit more fatter in the centre of the barrel.
140.
I don't know if Lisa still does it, but obviously with me playing pairs with her so much, but she throws off 8 foot. So she does stand off the hockey a little bit.
180.
And that's why she does with 180s like that. And I'm sure the story is when she was younger, she played with her brothers. And whether that was something to do, it was an 8 foot throw.
100.
But yeah, phenomenal player. Biggest fan sat here.
Chris Mason did some analysis last week
105.
about
Jacques
players
Labre,
that tend to do that. And he
161.
said one of the reasons as well could be part to the fact that you could toe hockeys in different ways. So different hockeys can feel different. So if you're stepping back, you're not having the feel of a different
60.
hockey toe.
Lisa, you require 76.
I used to hate a hockey that was really, really high. And 88.
Yeah, that's
Stunning.
game short in the second line.
That's what it's
Lisa
all about.
Ashton.
The frustration of the missed doubles in the last one. And you ping a 76 like that and you think, why?
Third leg is Jacques to throw first.
Deep in thought,
Game
there
on.
is Lisa. As Jacques was looking a lot more comfortable now. Just look at those eyes.
140.
Just never took his eyes off the prize.
$100.
Good scoring affair, this one. Superb.
140.
140, 140 from Jacques. Lisa with a ton. She needs another one.
100.
So for,
95.
so for the guy sort of messaging me there, you know, that they're the kind of guys who'll prove me wrong, because that treble 20 he did last start there, I thought he was covering the bed so much. Just the way his darts sit.
Jacques, you require 126.
And that's what I mean, boy. I'd like to see them use the 19s more.
That's what he's looking for here to leave the bullseye. Not that he had to go for the bullseye on this occasion, with Ashton back on 201. So Hadley placed on 72 after 12. This is for a 2-1 lead, and to
Give us another one.
177. Jacques, you require 72.
Now all of a sudden he's feeling great about this 72, and now all of a sudden with that 177, he's only going to get one dart to tops.
52.
Maybe
Lisa,
just
you
rushed it a
require
little.
24.
And from absolutely nowhere, double 6, double 3, reset.
18. Jacques, you require 20.
That's the tail of the tape so far for Lisa.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Explain
third
to me
leg.
then,
Jacques
Henry.
Labre.
Missed 3 darts in the first leg, 3 darts there, and then ping 76 in 2. That's why
Fourth
we love
leg
this
is
game.
Lisa to throw first.
the way the game
on.
goes, doesn't it? But no matter which way, he's 2-1 in front.
What would Lisa be averaging if them 6
59.
darts? I mean, 14% checkout rate, and she was averaging 94.
Well, before those missed doubles in the last leg, she was around about the ton. That's the level she's playing at. But
58.
as we've mentioned a few times in this group, we've seen players score really well, but when it's come to the finishing, it's been quite suspect potentially at times. But you cannot question the scoring phase for Lisa Ashton as she cranks in her
180.
second max of the match. The average now ticks above 97, just below 98. But it is that 1 out of 7
40.
on the doubles, which is a glaring stat, and that's unlucky for Labre.
18s.
128.
Jack's a long way back in this one.
96. Lisa, you require 134.
I think Lisa will just go the standard way, treble 20. I think that's... And that's just when we talk about that fatter barrel there, that makes that
39.
treble 19. Whereas someone like Andreas, that first start would have been perfect for him. Tungsten technology.
60. Lisa, you require 95.
So treble 14 or treble 18. And just a fat 20.
55.
Job done there for Lisa. Can Jacques put any pressure on it?
55. Lisa, you require
Lisa's
40.
messed about with the doubles in this match already. Is she going to do it again?
That's game short in the
Absolutely
fourth
not.
leg. Lisa Ashton.
Brings it back to 2-2. Lisa averaging 94.67 with 25% on the checkout, whereas
game on.
Jacques is only averaging 81. Just goes to show you, averages don't mean everything.
Only ever a guide, but
58.
just get the sense that Ashton's looking a bit more likely now.
60.
He's just gone a little stale here. A 140 from one of them would really take the ascendancy.
96.
It's still open to anyone at the moment. Perfect half for Jacques. Can he follow it with a max? He certainly can. His second of the match. His fourth of the day.
It's just opened up a bit of breathing room in this
45.
fifth leg as Ashton has come charging back in this match.
Beautiful. Just look at the way that first start is sat. It's inviting for more.
99.
Cracking dars from Jacques. Think you feel she needs the 180?
121. Jacques, you require 104.
Tops. For a 3-2 lead.
84.
Lisa, who's feeling her arm on that last start there. You see she's wearing the padding as well.
85. Jacques, you require 20.
Advantage Labre. And we know this week nobody misses double five.
That's game short in the fifth flag. Jacques Labre.
The trend continues.
Yeah, it has been a double so inviting to the players.
Sixth flag, it's Lisa to throw first.
I think Lisa is super frustrated, but more worryingly, she's just releasing that arm a little bit. I hope she's not suffering too much pain there.
40.
So for the novices amongst us, what does the padding and the sleeve that Lisa's wearing on her throwing arm do?
I mean, I've never used one,
91.
but I guess it's just like, you know, like a knee support, elbows. Sometimes the way people throw darts, there can be a lot of effort going on the forearm, especially the elbow area, the wrist area.
180.
But as we say that, she smashes in another 180 there, a third of the match. But yeah, there's a lot of emphasis, you know, when you're throwing a dart. Sometimes, especially when you're throwing it incorrectly, and you're
44.
hyperextending the arm as well. And that's where people can suffer real tennis elbow problems or problems with the shoulder.
85.
Doesn't seem to be hindering her too much in this leg, that's for sure.
196 after 9. Labre all the way back on 366. It looks set fair now. Potentially for a last leg decider in this one. Remember, after this, it's going to be the beginning of the final round of matches. Beginning with Andreas Harrysson against Vincent. Conor Heneghan, the man at the top of the table, against Jacques Labre, and then Lisa will finish off the show against Mike Warburton. So 96 after 12 for Ashton with the darts. Should go down here, Labre, but an opportunity here for the Lancashire Rose to level
Lisa,
us
you
up.
require 96.
Great thinking there by Jacques. That does leave him a finish. We've had that trusty 96 again. I think with him being on 96, it's a double 8 for 3-3.
That's game short in the 6th slot.
All the problems she's had with the doubles, when she has them combination finishes, she doesn't seem to be having any problems whatsoever. It's 3-3, but it's still advantage Jacques.
7th and final leg. It's Jacques to throw first. Game on.
And he could really do with a victory right now.
Well, it's a big game for both. The victor of this leg will move on to 8 points in the group. Then with Andreas Harrysson, and we begin to get to the stage if we are seeing two players maybe pride themselves apart, where we actually now begin to look at the race of Group B. Third spot guarantees your place there. And if you are new to us here
60.
at the Super Series, the reason why Group B is so imperative for these players to qualify in Group A from or into, it's because 3 from 5 qualify from there on Thursday and Friday, whereas in Group
60.
C, it is 2 spots from 6. So it gives you a better opportunity to qualify your way through to Saturday night's 6-player field for the £5,000 first prize.
Thanks for that, Henrik. I've got a few people asking the importance of 2nd and 3rd there on social media, so excellently put.
60.
Where's the scoring boots gone, Lisa?
43.
Handed the advantage here to Jacques Labre.
And any lip readers there, she said, dear me.
$140.
It is great to see Jacques playing the darts we expected this week. It's a much better performance here. This would be a great win for him.
84. Jacques to
Treble
require
19 just
141.
gives it an outside chance still. But it's Jacques to lose right now. And there's the treble 20 for the 1-4-1 combination. And double 12 for a wonderful victory.
Game,
and an amazing
shots,
1-4-1 finish for Jacques
Labre.
Labre over Lisa Ashton. That puts him in 3rd position now. And considering he's been nowhere near his best, he'd be absolutely delighted to be in that position right now. An 85.35 average there, 2 maximums, 36% on the finishing. And next up, we've got Andreas Harrysson versus Jack Vincent.
Hi there, we're into the final throws of the action here on Tuesday at the MODUS Super Series. And Jacques Labre just produced some better stuff, some stuff, as Glenn Durrant said in commentary, that we maybe expected to see from him, and capped off the 4-3 win over Lisa Ashton with a stunning 1-4-1 checkout. Marvellous stuff from the Frenchman. Lisa Ashton played her part in that match, of course. 3 180s, an average just shy of 90, actually more than her opponent in that game. But Ashton going down 4-3 in the end, and Labre winning his penultimate match of the day. Now, the Group A table really is starting to take shape now. We're well past the halfway stage in it, ahead of tomorrow's final day of action. And Labre is still in contention, isn't he? Look at that, third place and level on points with Andreas Harrysson. Who would have thought that an hour or so ago? Harrysson in action in the next game against the man at the bottom of the table there at the moment, Jack Vincent. Same points as Lisa Ashton, but a much, much worse leg difference. Now, Harrysson was on a real good winning streak earlier today. He won his first 3 matches, including victory against Ashton. We can see that one here, landing the 8-8 to get the job done. Won the first 3 before defeat to Mike Warburton in a really important match. It could be very, very significant come the end of tomorrow's action. But it was Vincent who won this fixture yesterday. A thumping win as well, 4-1 for Jack Vincent when the pair locked horns here on Monday. So which way will it go today? And I think it's probably a must-win match, certainly for Jack Vincent, maybe even for Andreas Harrysson. What say you, Glenn and Henry?
Well, let's pose the question to the 3 times Lakeside champion.
I think it's more important to Andreas, which might surprise you a little bit. Like I said, it's that 3rd place is up for grabs. But, you know, a return of 4 wins and 1 loss would have been very accepted this morning, and, you know, even predicted by a couple of people. If you looked at the stats yesterday, I think it was slightly unfair, the results Andreas got yesterday, because he actually played okay. But from Jack's point of view, his best game yesterday, in my opinion, he showed a lot of composure against Andreas yesterday, and he was very impressive. And we've talked a lot today. Do you think that'll be in players' minds? Well, if you've played an opponent less than 24 hours previous to that, he for sure will be taking the positives from that big win yesterday. So another intriguing game. Every game that comes up, because of the connotations of the league placings and all the permutations, etc., that goes ahead. It's another intriguing game for both players. But a 4-1 return for Andreas today would be job well done.
Looking at the players' stats for today, there's an 11-point swing in the averages in Andreas's favour. So you sense scoring-wise, he should, based on today's evidence, do that with Jack. However, we have seen from both players some missed doubles.
I'll go back to when we nearly, and I emphasise the word nearly, wrote off Jack before his game with Mike Warburton.
100.
You know, he proved us wrong, certainly proved me wrong in my predictions. And like I said, he'll have a good feeling about playing Andreas. He might like the pace, he might like everything about playing him.
100.
And so far he started up very well.
And you naturally get players, don't you, as well, which you either fancy playing or it can go the other way around when you think, I just cannot get the beating of them, despite both being at the same level.
Gary Thompson, Yorkshire for me.
The recliner.
Yeah, I think I played him. I think that database or something
100.
said I played him 8 or 9 times, won 1. But yeah, he was just the player. He's the one I want to avoid. But you get players like that who just have the beating of you.
140. Jack, you require 161.
A lovely start from Jack. 140 ton to leave 161. And if I was going to be constructive criticism to Jack, his setup player when he's been around that mid-hundreds could be better. Top speed for Andreas.
Yeah, that's game short in the first.
We've talked an awful lot how much that can be a real killer to your opponent. That pop, that bang, bang.
Second leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
Scoring's been good in this one. Like I said, it was just that setup
80.
play there, but he'll be happy with the scoring. Already 2 scores over a ton and 1 ton 40. You just feel like this guy, nothing really phases him, do you? I certainly wouldn't like to play him in poker, that's for sure.
$140.
Great darts by Jack. Just looking at the board there, you can see that treble 20's been peppered all morning. And that's his favourite position, just above that.
100.
I think the cameraman fell asleep there.
$59.
Vincent leaving himself on the Benno. Chew, chew, chew.
Dear me.
140.
Vincent leaving himself on a finish after 9.
Well, better than ABBA. 2-2. He's been using the 18s with his last start here.
52. Andreas, you
Sorry,
require
we got the treble
121.
Why would you get the big 18 when you get the 170? So that leaves treble 13 or treble 17, double 16 with a wonderful finish.
Yeah,
A
that's
stunning, sublime finish from Andreas Harrysson, the real form man of today. A lovely finish, treble 13, double 16. After that wonderful 97 finish in the first leg.
Game on.
Just 115.62 average for Andreas at this moment.
But it's not just the finish, it's the kidology of that finish. Because as he piles in his first max of the match, averaging now 122.28, he was telling Jack Vincent, by going bullseye first, I'm getting this, and even if it doesn't go, I don't fancy you for the fish.
Andreas.
121.
This is just beautiful to watch.
Look at this. Just look at it. Marvel at it. Jack Vincent's averaging
97.
A very acceptable 90. 91.
Not getting a look in.
This is unbelievable. We'll be starting to look at the records soon.
140.
123.69.
This is absolutely incredible. He's on for an 11 on the back of the 12.
100. Andreas, you require
The record
60.
average is 118.44. Jason Askew against Aaron Monk in 2021. If Harrysson could pin this off, first time of asking, we could well be on. The average comes back on the screen at 121.86. We could be on the cusp of a bit of Super Series history. If Andreas Harrysson can keep this to within 12, it could very much be a possibility.
60.
I wonder what he's thinking right now. Penny for your thoughts. Just above.
60.
Maybe the talk of the record could be in limbo now. Nonetheless, this is absolutely majestic.
100.
You could buy a thesaurus but still not have the words to describe this performance from Andreas Harrysson so far.
Can I try?
60.
Excellent, marvellous, magnificent, superb, wonderful, superlative, exceptional, formidable, first class, first rate. What do you think, Matt?
Did you eat a dictionary for breakfast?
Well, I didn't read off a piece of paper, that's for sure. It's better. Better. Absolutely incredible. Incredible darts, Andreas Harrysson.
The other incredible thing is, despite the mesmeric average, he's only had one max in the match.
59.
The telling one, I just love that. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. This is good.
100.
This is very good. And what it tells me is, why can't he do this on Saturday night? And just a one-off game. I watched Colin Osborne in the
44.
semi-final, really,
Andreas Harrysson
against Yellow Class, and where he
141.
could have been out, missed doubles. And then the next game, it was like a totally different game. And his interview said, no two games are the same.
That's unlucky. That's a bounce out.
31.
And that absolutely
Jacques
hammers the
Labre,
average down to 109.
138.
That's rubbish, Andreas.
$98. Andreas Harrysson 110.
It might be a good thing.
To complete a superb performance.
13 or 17. Tops.
90. Jacques Harrysson 40.
I wonder if Andreas is thinking, please hit this, Jack. Let me have another shot at the highest average.
That's game short.
Well
in the
done,
fourth
Jack
line.
Vincent.
Jack Vincent.
We've taught nothing but apart from Andreas in there. And he just showed a little bit of class there. Young
Fifth
man.
flag, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a 10 dart there, Andreas.
You always say in sports, serve it out. Make your opponent serve it out.
81.
Make them do it themselves. Don't give away unforced errors. Don't be broken to win a match. Make them earn whatever they're going to get.
97.
Just a pitiful 106 average now.
140.
This is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I think what I'm impressed with is just, it could have been a disaster this week. You know, 1-4 return yesterday. He could have come in today
100.
sulking. You know, I had no luck yesterday, but he's shown real tenacity to get back. And he would have took this 4-1 return today, that's for sure.
60.
We had the highest average of the week yesterday, 102.47. That wasn't enough for victory in the end against Mike Warburton. Well, he's averaging 106.17 now and is 220 points away
47.
from finishing off his Tuesday with some victory against Jack Vincent in some style.
$100.
And he has got that understacker as well. Like I said, he's perfect at. He's just probably just under the treble 20. But it's not the end of the world when he pings one just above.
121.
Jack
Andreas
saying, I'm
Harrysson,
still here,
120.
Andreas.
Shanghai for the match. One dart at tops for Andreas Harrysson.
Game,
And the
shot,
Super
and a
Swede
match,
with a
Andreas
superb
Harrysson.
performance here at the Super Series. An average of 106.5 against Jack Vincent. At one point, he was threatening the all-time record in this competition. But a superb performance to end a superb day for Andreas Harrysson. As you can see, the average on your screen, 106.5. 2-ton plus checkouts. That 1-2 won the highlight. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. The game's solitary maximum. Wow, wow, wow. Andreas Harrysson rounds off his day with a win, and it puts him right in and amongst the mix. He's on 10 points after 10 games. 2 more matches to go here on Tuesday at the Super Series. We begin with Conor Heneghan against Jacques Labre.
Welcome back. Well, it was super stuff from the Super Swede at the Super Series, wasn't it? Get ready to marvel at the magnificence of these numbers from Andreas Harrysson. 106.5. That is a personal best performance from Harrysson. Never has he averaged that high before. A big part of the reason for that is his excellent checkout percentage there, 80%, a 1-2-1 in there as well. As Henry and Glenn were rightly getting excited about in commentary, at one point he was on for a record here in the Super Series overall, but that didn't materialise in the end. Credit to Jack Vincent as well for getting a leg on the board amongst that barrage of brilliance from Andreas Harrysson. Best display we've seen so far this week, and he ends his day on a high and with 4 wins from 5 matches. Now let's have a look at the table as we go into the final 2 darting duels of the day. Harrysson goes up to 3rd place. Jacques Labre looking to join him on 10 points if he can win his next match, but that's against the table topper Conor Heneghan, who wants to pull clear of Mike Warburton before he faces Lisa Ashton in the final fixture of today's play. Now, Conor Heneghan lost his first game, then won the next 3. Very similar to what he did yesterday. In fact, he lost his first and then won 4 on the spin yesterday. One of the wins today against Mike Warburton, a very significant one indeed, because they were the pair at the top of the table, level on points before the day started. As for Jacques Labre, well, he did get the better of Conor Heneghan when they met yesterday, the only man to beat him here on Monday, and he's turned his day around today. 2 defeats in his first 2 matches, followed by 2 wins. So which way will this one go, and can Conor Heneghan tighten his grip on the lead in the league? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I suppose the question is, how do you follow that from Andreas Harrysson? Well, we might just have the answer for you. We got the man at the top of the table in Conor Heneghan in action. He can go 4 points clear going into the final game of the session when Mike Warburton will take on Lisa Ashton. Up against him, the Frenchman Jacques Labre, who is looking to put himself onto 10 points in the group. And you feel like for maybe outside Henahan and Warburton, they are playing possibly for 3rd place.
Yeah, Connor's super impressive. It's just incredible he's bounced back from them first defeats. We talked about yesterday that a dart player in the first round of any competition are at the most nervous. And, you know, by the time they reach the semi-finals and finals, people say you must have been nervous, you know, Glenn. But definitely not them first rounds. So that's demonstrated to me there that once he gets the nerves out the way and he's in full flow, Connor's really the been the star of the show so far. But Mike Warburton will have things to say about that tomorrow, and who's to say that Andreas won't come just like he did today with a 4-1 return.
100.
So to mark the card on Conor Heneghan today, he lost out to Andreas Harrysson by 4 legs to 1 in his opening match before then getting the better of Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 2. He then beat Mike Warburton in that big top of the table clash, which kind of really kick-started his day as Labre gets the game's first maximum before then going on and getting the better of Jack Vincent 4-2. But this is boiling up quite nicely right from the get-go. Maybe they watched the last game, and maybe they want a little bit more of that.
That was funny watching Henry there looking at the tape while the 180s were pinging in.
Gonna you require
that's a great sign. And for me, it's great to see Jack's beginning to start to play his A game now. You don't need to use the bull there, so a big 20
47.
Here. We'll leave the tops with Jack's on 184. But it's just great to see Jack's now. I think we're seeing the real guy, and I've got a funny feeling that tomorrow he could do a day like Andreas as well. So this is good. And a lovely last start there.
40.
But advantage Heneghan.
Yeah, that's game short on the first
1-0 he leads. 13 darted to start with the darts. Really good first leg. Hopefully that is the appetizer for what's to come here.
First game on.
Yeah, Henahan's a very, very impressive player. You can begin, you know, your concerns that you're looking further ahead and you're going to overlook Jacques and think, well, I'm going to go home tonight with 16 points, another 4-1 return. But you can see he's not taking anything for granted and
purely focused.
I was just thinking there, are his darts longer than Luke Humphries? Looks like a really long barrel, a long stem. But certainly suits away, and I just love the way that the way they stand up when he gets the dart right.
140.
Just a beautiful dart.
85.
The first drift, or proper drifter, should we say.
60.
Making acquaintances of that single five, hasn't he, today?
Making a fun of these 100+ averages at the moment.
100.
It's the 110 at the moment for Conor.
100.
That Tunley's Labre on 160 after 12. Henahan moving downstairs, looking to obtain the break of throw in the second.
59. Jacques Labre,
himself
160.
On the champagne finish of 132 if this 160 doesn't go. Well, we saw him get it yesterday, but will not repeat the feat here. And so Henahan 132
100.
to double his lead with a break of
132.
throw.
Bullseye.
107.
That's a great
Jacques
effort there from
Labre,
Conor.
60.
Well, come on, Jacks. A big fat 20. Just that leaves a big bed there for you. Just follow that dart in.
40.
So lucky. He thought that
Conor
was in.
Heneghan, 25.
He thought that last one was in. 2 darts, a double 8 for a 2-0 lead. Double focus count to Warburton.
21. Jacques Labre, 20.
Opportunity knocks for Labre.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
You don't
half.
even have to throw that
Jacques
double
Labre.
5. None of these 6 players miss double 5. That's something we've learned the past 2 days.
There's
Third
3
leg,
guarantees
it's
in
Conor
life,
the
death,
throw
taxes
first.
and double
Game on.
5 being nailed. Those missed darts has meant that the Conor Heneghan average is now dipped below the ton. It's around about 97, just underneath that. 1 from 4 on the checkouts, both players so far in this one.
100.
How much will you be looking at the action here of Henahan? Because in this scenario, there is a possibility that
140.
if he was feeling it, his arm may get tight.
He just seems so relaxed. You know, from the first game of the day is when, you know, I'd answer that question where he looks a little bit tight, something for him to think about. But now he's in full flow. He's enjoying the game of darts right now. Treble 17, he'll be looking back on the 20 bed.
91.
Right now he's feeling great. It's, you know, to get 3 wins was probably minimum for him today. But I think he'll feel confident that he's got the makings of beating Jacques, who is beginning to show what he's all about.
85. Conor Heneghan, 170.
This would be nice.
$44.
You're crying for a 140 at this point.
100. Conor Heneghan,
Bit the
126.
shoulder came at that last start there. Treble 19. And again. Yesterday he had to move over. Reminiscent of that. But 88, treble 16 or treble 20. He just missed that.
62. Jacques Labre, 76.
Lisa pinged this with a treble 20 double 8 earlier. Jacques will be looking to do the same. And because of the finish that Conor's on, he really should be going 11 bull. Nothing else, just go fat. He went for a bullseye.
51. Conor Heneghan, 64.
So 64 for Henahan for 2-1. Labre's had his opportunity, couldn't take advantage of it. And Mike Warburton, in preparation for his game with Lisa Ashton will be
44.
watching these
Jacques
moments very
Labre,
closely,
25.
and he would have seen Henahan miss that tops, which gives Labre a second opportunity to obtain that break of throw. Double 10 he wants. Up for double 5. Will that first start obscure his
20.
view? It maybe did.
Conor, you
Super
require
frustrating
20.
for Jacques because you don't expect missed opportunities from Conor, and you certainly don't expect 20-dart finishes. Well, we know where this is going. Death, taxes, and
15.
Thank you,
Jacques, you require 5.
the hardest part of this finish here, Henry, is the big one.
Three.
It's all very scruffy.
Conor, you require 5.
It's all very messy. Big dart.
3. Jacques, you require 2.
We're down at the dog and duck. Both on double 1.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Jacques Labre.
Well, it might be a 22-dart leg, but it could be one of the most crucial legs of the day if Jacques Labre
Fourth
goes on
leg
to
is Jacques to
win
throw
this
first.
match, because it
Game
could
on.
halt the charge of Conor Heneghan at the top of the table.
I can see Mike Warburton out the corner of my eye here with the French flag draped around him.
140.
Wonderful darts, Jacques.
$135.
What is interesting, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm sure Jacques beat Conor yesterday, didn't he? Was it the opening game of the day?
180.
The opening match for them both.
4-3 in a deciding leg.
Yeah.
And that was a 20. The decider.
95.
A bizarre double could be on in the makings here.
And in fairness, that last leg is probably the only real scrappy one we've had today.
Really
100.
enjoying watching Jacques now at his best. And the most important thing, is I quite like his demeanour right now. There's none of him flailing his arms
Jacques
around.
require 81.
81 for Labre here to open up a 3-1 lead. Double 12. Steps back.
57. Conor, you
find
require
the
170.
bed, and so Henahan wants the fish. Another one of them. The bullseye. For what would have been a big moment.
Jacques, you require 24.
He is so nearly up to the task, and so Labre returned for the double 12. Double 6.
Yeah, that's
Is
game
there.
short in the
He
fourth
leads
leg.
3-1.
Jacques Labre.
He is a leg away.
Fifth leg is Conor to throw first. Game on. $93. $131.
From a neutral point of view, Jacques' victory here makes tomorrow a little bit more exciting. Doesn't mean the potential of the front two running away with things, and it bunches up things again. But for Conor Heneghan fans, family, there'll be a hint of frustration right now.
100.
But for Jacques, he'll be just thinking, I'm beginning to deliver and show people exactly what I'm made of. And we could see a big day from Jacques tomorrow.
98.
And we see a lot of debutants, they just find their straps as the week goes on. The first couple of days can be a little bit of a free, and it's going to be a free roll tomorrow for
100.
For Jacques, make no doubt about that. So he's going to have that freedom just to enjoy it and see where he goes, because the weight of expectation is going to be on Henahan and Warburton tomorrow. The rest of them are going to have a bit of a free roll at it. Now, Henahan missed the ball in the last leg. Labre is not going to get a go. So Henahan, 112 to bring it back to 3-2 and to keep
100.
his hopes and his chances alive.
112.
Just a superb last half from Jacques there. Puts even more pressure on this 1-1-2. And there's that little drift into the 5s again. And
41.
then into the 2.
Jacques, you require
Super
70.
frustrating. 70. treble 10 probably, or treble 18. A fat 20. And for the match, double top.
30.
You can see the wire bent.
Conor, you require 71.
This is definitely not a gimme still, but he'd be looking at treble 13. Beautiful dart. Double 12. Double.
That's game short in the 5th flag. Conor Heneghan.
But double 16 at its finest there for Conor. He'd be over the moon with that.
6th flag is Jacques to throw first. Game on.
So Labre with the darts to seal a 4-2 win. It really would open things right up.
140.
The nickname for Jacques Labre.
180.
The candle. The candelabra.
100.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Chris Murphy. Come up with something better than that.
Hello, Conor. History
100.
for 1 second we thought could be potentially repeating itself at the Super Series. Last time he was here, he had a 9-dart finish. The only one we've seen in this venue so far.
Great darts,
140.
Great darts. Quality throughout this leg of darts from both players.
96.
What a pivotal moment
Jacques
this could be.
121.
Who's got the finishing prowess inside of them? Treble 17. 84. Treble 16 or back upstairs.
57. Conor, you
64.
require 125.
Finish us dart players like. It'll be round the bullseye. Treble 20. Leaves 80. Wonderful
85.
last dart there. Puts all the
Jacques, you
pressure in the
require
world
64.
on this 64. But for the match, 2 darts at double 8 for a shock victory.
Game.
And he only needs the one. He punches
Jacques
the air.
Labre.
It's a 4-2 win for Jacques Labre over top of the table. Conor Heneghan. 2 180s there for Jacques. A telling tale of the tape there was the checkout rate for both players. Just 25% for Jacques and just 16% there for Henahan. We go to the last game of the day. A clash of the Titans. Lisa Ashton against Mike Warburton. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back. Well, who saw that coming? That last result before the break has made things very, very interesting going into the final day of Group A action this week. There it is, a 4-2 win for Jacques Labre against Conor Heneghan, who was looking to mirror his day yesterday when he lost his first match. He won the following 4. Well, today Henahan lost his first match and then won 3 before losing again to the man that beat him yesterday. Labre winning that one 4-2 and bunching up the group. Just when it looked like Henahan was going to be the runaway leader overnight, it's all much more stacked than that. And there is now a chance that it's as you were for the top 2, because Mike Warburton is in action in the final game of the day. And if he wins it, he'll be level on points with Conor Heneghan at the top of the table. Great day, though, for Andreas Harrysson. He won 4 out of his 5, 10 points for him. And Jacques Labre, well, that win 3 on the spin for him, keeping himself in contention for top spot. You probably think that Lisa Ashton has to win this game to be in the race tomorrow. And as for Jack Vincent at the bottom, he's probably thinking now about Group B at best. But Lisa Ashton against Mike Warburton went this way yesterday, a 4-2 win for the Welshman, who at the start of today looked very good, carried on that level of yesterday, but it kind of fell apart a little bit in the middle. He will be very relieved with that last result, as he can join Henahan at the top of the table. But Lisa Ashton, a fierce competitor, excellent opponent. We've seen her throw a couple of 11-dart legs this week already. Really good stuff from her at times. Can she put it all together in a match and keep herself in the race for top spot, or will Warburton tie at the top? It's the last match of the day here on Tuesday. Mike Warburton against Lisa Ashton in the company of Henry and Glenn.
Yeah, two terrific stalwarts of the game. Both Welsh Open champions, both Isle of Man champions in the time. But right now they're just focused on this MODUS Super Series. You can see the banter up there between them. A lot of respect. Great game between them yesterday as well. Michael, have just watched Conor surprisingly lose there. There's a bit of a spoiler there by Jacques. Great result for the neutrals. An absolutely brilliant result from Mike Warburton, who has the opportunity of playing Lisa now and getting back to that top of the table where he wants to be, ready for tomorrow.
It is a game and a result that really has put the cat amongst the pigeons here in Group A. And if Henahan got that win, it would have meant we'll be in the middle, we'll have to won this and then go on a spurt tomorrow. But now we really could see the 2-horse race come to fruition. Or is Lisa Ashton going to put a spanner in the works?
100.
Never write off Lisa Ashton. Never. Look at them 4 stars on her back.
60.
Never been a 9-darter on a TV or streamed by a female player.
45.
I believe I did a game involving Bo Greaves in the Isle of Man when she went 7 in. That's... I think I'm not sure anyone's got to a double yet.
I'm not sure what I would do. As a commentator, it must be so exciting to commentate on a 9, that's for sure. I get excited after the first 180.
140.
Put it this way, when Conor Heneghan got his, only dogs would be able to listen to the commentator who did that 9-darter because it was so high-pitched and squealy.
60.
Oh, Chris Mason did it, did he? I'm looking forward to the day I work with Matt Edgar. I never thought I'd ever hear me say that in my words.
81.
So I'm looking forward to
Lisa,
working with Matt Edgar.
160.
He's loving every second of it.
He's my partner in crime next week.
60.
Unlucky.
Mike, you require 135.
For him, I know.
135. Eyes will be on the bullseye first start. Treble 20. And because Lisa's where she is, he will be going for the bull.
105.
It looks so inviting in that camera shot there.
Lisa, you require 100.
Lisa, the 100, as I've said many times, are all about the first start. So what do you do now? 2 doubles or stay there? That's unlucky. when it's not your day.
40.
It's not your
Mike,
day,
you
that's what
require
happens.
30.
Not my favourite double, this one. I'm looking for probably a big 7. And this double 4's been good to him today.
22. Lisa, you require 60.
There's Lisa with it. Looks like problems with her elbow, possibly. But tops will make it feel a little bit
That's
better.
been short
It
than the
certainly
first
does.
leg. Lisa,
And she's thinking, how come that went in? How come I've been missing my doubles today? Because you're a champion,
second leg
Lisa.
is Mike to throw
That's
first.
why that went in. Because you're a
Game
champ.
on. $100.
I think we've been spoke with 100+ averages all through the games today. I think, but this one's just all about the 2 points.
Both players sense the significance.
66.
And you might see a bit of tension as a consequence of that.
I said to you earlier, I'd like to see how tension in this guy's body, how it affects the way he plays, and you know, 'cause when things are going well
60.
for him, he makes the game look effortless. He's and we talked about just that little bit of pressure and how that would affect him. But for Lisa, she's been there, she's done it, just reading her open wins, and absolutely incredible career she's had.
I would print off
100.
her list of achievements, but I'm not sure there's enough ink left in the printer.
Yeah, I was looking earlier on the magnificent stats we get from the guys here at the MODUS Super Series, but some of the stats,
100.
you know, when you're doing a bit of research on Lisa, no. If there's a competition, she's won it.
$60.
Setup required. That's exactly what you're looking for on 2, 3, 5. And again, Lisa. And again. Stand back. Ping the 180. That's it.
100.
That's it, champ. That's the way to do it. Been a long day, Lisa.
Stand and deliver. Ashton now 55 points away from
55.
the break of throw and a 2-0 lead, and
Tops. Double 10 for the 2-0 lead.
35.
Lisa.
Mike, you require 136.
well, Conor Heneghan yesterday got a timely 136. Is Mike Warburton going to return the favour? And what a big moment it would be for him. It's not going to go, so Ashton's going to return for this double 10 for a 2-0 lead. And Mike Warburton, who would have been watching the Henahan Labre game,
20.
sat up thinking, well, this might be good for me. Well, Conor Heneghan might be thinking likewise. If Ashton can pin this, double 5, last die in hand, doesn't go. And so Warburton will return for double 18 to level us up at 1 apiece.
I think when Lisa looks back, it's just been a day of opportunities
Second leg.
and
Mike
missed doubles.
Warburton.
Much the better player in that leg.
Third leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
6 darts, 5 darts. Missed doubles. Frustrating.
59. $100. $140.
Beautiful darts. After you've had a leg, well, it'll be on her mind. Missing 5 darts at a double to go 2-0 up. You know, to still be pulling out 140. He's under pressure now from Mike, who's beginning to get his scoring boots on. 302, but because it's a dart, you might stay on the treble 20, but 18s is a possibility for players on 302.
56.
For Mike, he just feels it's just going to be another ton here. Just sit here. The way, watch him float over that. Yeah, it's a lovely way he does that.
100.
I do like that. That dart that goes low, he just sort of lifts his elbow just a touch and just extends that release. It's beautiful. But Lisa will be looking to 140 after that first dart.
140.
Maybe the hundreds aren't enough here for Warby. He might use the 25 area again.
100. Lisa, you require 106.
And this is an area, Henry, where we practice an awful lot, this 106. 106 to 118. So should be disappointed not to hit one treble there, that's
Mike,
for
you
sure.
require 101.
And the 101 is a big ask, but huge reward if this goes in.
Well, it is still on. Treble 20 for double 18 is what he would have wanted, but it's not going to go. And so Ashton now
45.
48
So you require 48.
to keep the trend of legs going with the darts in this game. 16 for double 16 or 8 for tops. Double 16 it is. One dart left in hand, and she is up to the task as she is halfway towards victory. A victory which would mean Conor Heneghan would have a 2-point lead at the top of the Group A table going into the final day's action.
And it would just give Lisa something to think about and to play for tomorrow.
60.
Because the beauty of the MODUS Super Series is the fact that, you know, getting into the top 3, it still has the rewards. Winning it will get you straight there to Saturday night. Or being in second or third just gives you the opportunity to be in a group of only 5 players. And lots of opportunities, 3 out of them 5 going through. So lots to play for every single player tomorrow.
100.
I'll be watching on tomorrow before
58.
returning to be in your company on Thursday for the rest of the week.
What am I going to do without you tomorrow, eh? What will I do?
Hopefully talk about some darts.
With Phil Bars?
60.
What does he know?
Yeah, Phil Bars and Glenn Durrant, the commentary team tomorrow. Chris Murphy will be in the presenter's chair. I don't know why I say presenter's chair, because he doesn't actually sit down, but...
I wonder if Phil Bars will have his shorts on and flippies.
Loves his flip-flops, doesn't he?
100.
I won't be asking if he thinks Bo Greaves is a world champion, though. Oh, yes, I will. I'll see you tomorrow.
87.
You're getting it.
Well, Mike Warburton here, 181, looking to level up. He's got 6 darts from here.
100.
I just think in them scenarios, just being hypercritical. Mike could be using the bullseye just for risk and reward type thing, but just playing the percentage games a little bit better.
100.
Because 81 compared to the 76. 76 would probably guarantee you a shot or a double, whereas 81 you're looking at minimum bullseye, but that's a beautiful dart, just to prove me wrong. Shut up, Durant. That's all you need to say there, Mike. Shut it, I'll do it my way. Because I'm going to the top of the table.
5th flag is Lisa to throw
Looking at the circumstances, if Warburton wins this game, in terms of legs difference, Conor Heneghan is +7 on the legs difference. A win by 1 leg would mean +7 in Warburton's favour. Then it would then go down to the other metrics, such as legs 1. If Warburton can win the remaining 2 legs, he will go top of the group, no matter what, +8 compared to Henahan's +7. And with darts like that to start, it could very much be a possibility.
Yes, the task could be made easier with those 3 darts.
100.
Just looks in the zone all of a sudden. I think he knows what's at stake here. Beautiful darts.
100.
Lovely to watch, Mike.
$92.
Lisa's always thinking 305. Start on those 18s. But Mike, after a maximum and a ton, is in a wonderful position here. Just over that.
60.
See the grimace because he knows he threw them 3 darts well. But Lisa, 2-1-3, 6 darts. And another one.
99. Mike, you require 161.
He's a nice 3-dart finish. But for Mike, one of the toughest finishes on the board. 161. Stunning start, treble 17. And he'll go back upstairs again.
97. Lisa, you require 114.
So Lisa needs at least one treble here. Treble 20 to start. Treble 18. Once again, she'll be a little bit disappointed, but that last start is
64.
Is a bit smoother, but 64. Big moment. Big moment of the whole week. 2 darts at double 8.
Yeah,
to break through.
A
Stunning finish at 64 with Lisa sat on a double there. And Mike has the dart, and he needed that 2-leg swing to go top of the league.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
And that's exactly what he'd be looking for right now.
What a time that is for a 14-dart breaker throw. And Mike Warburton now is a leg away from victory here against Lisa Ashton.
100.
Our final game of the day. Don't forget to join us tomorrow morning from 9:30 here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you are tuning in to us from there, please do subscribe to us because we've got plenty of additional bonus content on top of the live coverage, including the best of the highlights from the day. If you're ever out and about, we'll have game of the day as well as bonus behind-the-scenes content. And you'll see plenty of great darts, just like the ones being thrown by Mrs. Warburton and Ashton at this particular moment in time. Warburton a leg away then from putting himself on 14 points, level with Conor Heneghan at the top of the Group A table. Lisa Ashton, if she can turn this around, would move on to 8 points. It'd still only be enough to put her into 5th place overnight.
60.
The battle for her will be that congested-looking battle to claim 3rd in the final spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
140.
And now it's the age-old question. Would you like to be on a finish right here, right now, being Lisa Ashton, or would you like to be in the position of Mike Warburton? At the board now on 201, looking to leave it handy.
57. Lisa, you require 150.
Well, this would be some way to send us to a decider, but the 150 won't go, and so Warburton will get an opportunity at 144 to
58.
seal the match, seal the win, and he would go top of the Group A table going into the final day's action. 144 won't go.
$100. Lisa, you require 92.
For the breaker throw to send us a distance, Lisa likes to go the bullseye route for this particular finish, and that is why, because it gives her one guaranteed dart at the bull.
49.
But it doesn't
Mike,
go.
You require 44.
And so Warburton returns for 44. Double 16 to go top of the table overnight.
Game.
And
Shot.
Warburton will be the man to beat on Wednesday at the Super Series. He secures a 4-2 success against Lisa Ashton in the final game of the day. It puts him at the top of the pile going into tomorrow's action, the final day of Group A in Week 5. And this is how he did it, with an average of 87.39. Lisa had 2 maximums, but it was the 2 from 9 on the doubles, which was the problem in the end. 4 from 8 on the outer ring for Mike Warburton, 50%, high checkout of 81. And so for Warby, he's going to be the man at the top of the Group A table going into tomorrow morning's session from Conor Heneghan. Let's get all the reaction now following a fantastic Tuesday here at the Super Series. Glenn Durrant has raced his way up to the gantry to join Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. A magnificent ending. The second half of the day, Glenn, really was fantastic, wasn't it? And we can take a look at the league table to see how it's ended up at the end of day 2.
Yeah, we spoilt at times today. There was some, during in-games there, the 100-plus averages were just continuing. Obviously, for Conor, there could be the element of disappointment with that game where he could really cement those 16 points there. So there could be a hint of frustration with him. Mike will be delighted to be back at the top there. But the big winner was Andreas. But the beauty of this MODUS Super League is that, people are playing for options still for the weekend and the rest of the week as well. So still all to play for.
Did you, just looking at that, do you think it's a race between the top 4 now for top spot?
I think it's between the top 2.
Okay.
And yeah, I think it's between Mike and Conor. I can't see them dropping 2 or 3 losses. I think the pair of them, I think the game between them tomorrow will be a real barnstormer. I can't wait for that one. But I think if, my honest opinion is between them two there, and I think Jacques could have his day tomorrow. I think I predicted that Andreas' day could be today, and he just seemed to relax a little bit at the end. And I've taken a bit of stick on Twitter, private messages from a few French people because of my constructive criticism regarding his board management and the use of treble 19s. But I do like the guy. I've been speaking to him there, and maybe tomorrow could be his day.
Look, that's what you're here for, Glenn. And how football pundits get asked man of the match. I'm going to ask you for your player of the day.
Oh, Andreas by a long, long way. He could have easily been really defeated after yesterday. He was unlucky at times, but today it's just that Scandinavian mentality. They don't give an awful lot away, and sometimes just stand behind and wondering what they're thinking. And he's just in the players now. I've just patted him on the shoulder there as I walked by him there, and yeah, I'm absolutely delighted for him.
Yeah, 4 wins from 5 for him, including a personal best performance as well, 106 average. And after maybe not getting what he deserved yesterday, that was the right reaction, wasn't it? Didn't panic.
Like I said, it's his mentality. He'd be a great poker player where at times I was watching Jacques and his arms were flailing, that French flair and everything was coming out of him there, and it's been great to watch, fascinating to watch, just as a pundit, as a commentator, just to see every dart. I haven't been the greatest of audience participation over the years, so to sit there and just see the demeanours, just to see people's reactions, it's been really, really interesting.
So the top 2 still tied at the top of the table at the end of the second day, just as it was at the end of the first. However, there was a lot of drama in between, but we also saw Labre get lift off. He's still in contention, and the Swedish surge that we just mentioned as Andreas Harrysson produced a brilliant display today. 4 wins from 5. 4 players in contention. Glenn thinks it's between the top 2. We will find out when we return tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV, and as usual on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, absolutely free. Join us then.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.